Oh man. Oh, I just remember we have this huge area
Yeah,
that we
the
got.
hydro plant.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this area is gonna probably take the entire day.
No.
Maybe
I
not.
don't think
It seems
we have.
pretty big though.
We did a fair amount already. Opened some
Yeah,
shortcuts and stuff.
true.
Let's see. Oh, Lark's is playing too? She's playing with
Yeah,
Apollo, was she?
they
Hey,
started at the exact same time as us.
Oh, it's a race. It's a race. No, it's kidding.
Yeah, I helped Flarks out with the solder because they were stuck.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Woof.
Oh, also, Lark's, I was talking to her about Abiotic Factor last night. I
Uh-huh.
never thought about this, but I should probably set up like a backup battery for the fridge. Because I think that's why it's like expiring the stuff in there. Because
Oh,
when the
so it's
power goes out, maybe
for
I'm
which fridge?
overthinking it.
For all fridge? That's a lot of backup stuff. Wow. Oh, there's a vendor here.
Oh, hello. Oh,
Oh,
great. She's in the
shit.
door.
Wait, can I moon jump over her? No. Oh, nice. We're saved.
Uh, oh, also last time you went off, so I set up batteries for our crafting bench and the repair station. So you can see here there's like a battery that goes into the power socket, so that should give us
Okay.
some time when the lights go out.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Pee pee poo poo. Let's see, are these
Yeah,
bees ready?
RE4 was
Oh, these
fun.
bees are ready. Nice. Was it last time that we set up like the database and everything? I feel like
Yeah, I think so.
I
I think
think
that
so
we did a
too.
lot. We did a lot that day.
Yeah, our efficiency is
Yeah.
skyrocketing.
I made the supplies for the transmogrifier.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I didn't make it, but I just did now. Figured I'd wait for you to get back. This
Sure.
thing is big. I don't.
Oh, dude, the crazy plant, the terrifying plant is ready.
Oh,
The thing we spent all those night essence and stuff for.
well, here you go.
Uh-huh.
Uh, oh, wait, what the heck?
Sphere. What?
Yeah, kind of
It's just a
interesting.
grenade?
I
Well, I mean,
guess.
I'm
You
interested.
can't scrap it either, right?
I don't think so. Let's see. You can't salvage this.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's for like a grenade launcher. I don't know. Maybe. Should we? Let me see. Oh my. Where's that NPC? Where's that vendor?
I can finally. Wait a second. Trying to get rid of the
Just come
stupid rat suit.
here. Come here.
Where are you?
Just outside the base. Boo! Are you terrified?
No, well, I think it's on enemy. It's more so on enemies, eh?
Well,
Can't terrify me. You're my friend.
we'll see about that.
I don't understand how this works. I just want to make it so my
Do
stupid
we
rat
need
suit
any
isn't shown.
materials from the other worlds, like hexwood or
Um,
anything?
we're pretty low
How's
on
it going?
cables. I know that. The
Oh,
steel cables. I think we only have like 4, maybe.
oh, we have 11 now. I was picking up
Okay.
some. Were you gonna make the hexwood set or no?
I'm not sure. I don't really feel like I need to necessarily.
Okay. I like kind of not having to worry about having bandages, so
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll stick with that. But this set also makes it like really easy to farm the wood because they don't attack you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, hmm. I got my kitchen knife back.
Making an
Side?
upgrade to the carapace helm.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently we
With
actually have that.
what material does it take?
It's 2 coils, 2 leather scrap, and 2 carbon plating. So not bad.
Mm.
And it makes it have 2 more armor and cold resist.
Nice. Oh yeah. It seemed like they were teasing a cold area coming up, maybe. Oh, the transmogrifier.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can I actually? I want to make it. I want my. Oh, here we go. No, maybe not. I want my hazmat suit to not be visible.
Yeah,
Or
that's
just
what
like,
I was trying to get rid of the rat suit too, but I don't fully understand
oh,
how it works.
I think
I
you
just took it
did.
off.
Oh, okay. I think you need a piece of armor to replace the visuals.
But it says empty slots can be interacted with in order to hide a
Oh.
piece of gear. So what?
Uh.
It says some slots cannot be hidden. Maybe that's the case with the suit.
Oh.
Unless you have like a different suit. Yeah, I'm the cook.
Hmm. Oh, power drill time? Let's see. I think it's worth it. Forget it.
Oh yeah, I can also upgrade the welding spear. But I need 1 night essence.
Oh. I'm down to grab a night essence real quick.
Yeah.
Just make the guy walk into the beam.
I might just get some soups going before we leave. Quick.
Okay. Oh yeah, we got a new tram to the
Drumstick
new area. Is that
rump
right?
chop.
I think it's like the first tram basically.
I don't think I have drumsticks. Shoot! What did I make?
Hey.
We got to be able to kill this guy somehow. Oh, we did mention the X-ray.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait, I have drumsticks.
The guy
Oh
just
my
walked
gosh.
into the beam. Although I do notice, like, he didn't even aggro. He just walked into the beam and dropped the night essence.
Oh,
But
nice.
he does bleed when he walks through the beam. So what if we just walk him through the beam 1,000 times? I'm coming back. Are you here?
I'm at the base, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I got your night essence.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Here. Oh,
Gracias.
by the prep table. Rolling around.
All right, food's cooking.
Yay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you say you put it again? Oh, by the
It's
table.
the prep table. It rolled over there, and then.
Oh, I wonder.
Hey,
Get out of my way, lady. Yeah, these NPCs are kind of annoying. Not gonna lie. Oh,
There
I
it is.
see it.
Lunar bisque. We didn't fish in that moon pool very much either.
No, we could definitely get some more moonfish.
Oh, I gotta go get my chair. I'll get my chair back.
Oh yeah, good idea. But yeah, I mean, I guess we're okay on supplies. You know, if there's something we run into, we can always just... I think,
Yeah.
like, there's no reason to prepare ahead of time, you know. If there's something we need, then we just go get it.
Yeah. That's why I wasn't sure if we were trying to craft anything else that needed hex wood or whatever.
Yeah, I could make the portal toilet. I don't think that's... I don't think it's too useful though. Battery for fridges. Yeah, I could put a battery on it. Making a battery for the fridge as well.
Nice. Yay, chair.
how's it going?
Shit faster on the portal toilet. Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Super shits.
Shit. Nice. All right.
You got your chair back?
I got my chair.
Nice. You know what? Instead of the pistol, maybe let's use...
I think it's close enough to the tram. I wonder if that sniper respawned.
Oh, yeah.
Also... Oh, okay, here we go. I'm gonna send the blacksmith tram away so we don't get confused and take the wrong one.
How much does it cost to upgrade this Magnum for SMG? Oh, 2 jailbroken... Oh, it needs an ornate key. Oh, you can upgrade the SMG to do fire damage.
Whoa, dang.
Interesting.
That'd be pretty sweet. Have you tried the SMG yet?
No. I don't know if we really have much ammo for it, though.
Hmm.
Yeah, we've got like 29 ammo for it. It's probably gonna go butt pretty quick.
It's like one clip. Like,
Yeah.
All right. Once I'm here, I'm gonna come back and fill up on food.
Yeah,
That'll be
sounds
to
good.
go.
Maybe I'll make the mag. I don't know. I kind of want to make the mag bow. Seems cool.
Ooh. Yeah, you should do it.
All right.
For now, I'm sticking with the grinder so you can have all that ammo. Oh, you made another... Oh, never mind. I forgot about the super stove. Holy crap.
What's up, Yui? This game's super fun, man. I mean, if you're into like survival crafting games, anyways. All right, Magbo acquired.
Yo.
Let's
Nice.
slay.
Oh, pot, please.
How much damage do the grinder discs do? Does it say?
The grinder has a base damage of 45. The discs don't actually have any damage number. The newer discs are capable of igniting targets, so I guess it's chance to burn people.
Okay, gotcha. It's like the same with the SMG.
Okay, yeah, I presume it's the same damage. Pawn.
First time with Lobos or first time ever? Well, this is like our 5th day playing the game. Or 6th day, even? I can't remember.
Okay. I'm all good to go.
Oh, do you need soup? All the soups are ready.
Oh, I filled up on soup.
Okay. I need to get like a counter to put the soups. I'll just put them on the table here.
I think you can build shelves. Well, I don't know if shelf soup is the best idea, but... Alright. I'm excited. Oh. Nighttime. Oh.
Should we get any test tubes?
I have some test tubes. I was just thinking that. Right.
I'm gonna make
a
few.
Oh, hi, robot. Oh, doesn't one-shot the robot yet.
Alright, I'm coming.
Anomalies. I don't even know. Do we need the regular CPUs?
I'm grabbing it. Since you killed it, might as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, this tram.
Train.
Do it. You know, in retrospect, I gotta say, I wish I took the 20% extra XP trade. Because I think it's just, you get 20% extra XP, but you become hungry faster, or something like that.
Huh.
Really not that bad.
Hunger kind of goes a little fast. I wonder how
Yeah.
fast we go with that, though.
You can make so much soup, though.
I don't know how bad my natural regen is nerfed. Like, I don't know. How do you feel like you heal up naturally if you're not bleeding or whatever? Like, is it really slow or?
It's decent. You heal faster if you're at like full thirst and hunger, I think.
Okay.
Get like a buff.
I gotcha. I wonder if any of the stuff in here respawn. Probably. I think the items respawn, right? Like wall pipes.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I don't know if those do.
See, did the sniper respawn? Doesn't seem like it.
Oh my god, it did the glitch and almost one-shot me.
The jump dude? Oh no.
Yeah.
Crazy. Ah! I won myself.
Jeez. Yeah, these enemies have like a glitch chat where they can just insta one-shot you.
Where you just were.
I've never played Zomboid.
Maybe. Maybe. You're on page. Nice. Right. Oh. You're tired already?
I think I forgot to lay that.
There's the cots up ahead, right?
Yeah, true.
You...
Yoink.
Oh, you got... Oh.
So I opened a shortcut down here, but there's also one up top. I think
Another
the one
shortcut?
up top Actually, I don't know. I opened these up, but
Oish.
not sure this really goes where we need to go either.
What? Millimeter ammo. I don't remember where this is. Well, let's. I mean, we've been here clearly. I think the down path is closer. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I don't remember if there was more stuff this way or if it was like a dead end.
Where's the bathroom?
I don't remember if we need more barrels. There's another barrel there.
I think we're okay on barrels.
You rang? 1 second, I got it.
I was just wondering where you were.
Oh, okay. I just went in that down shortcut.
Oh right, this is where the frickin' robots with the guns are. Oh god.
Oh, the freaking homing rockets.
Yeah.
We gotta kill one.
Oh!
Oh,
He's on me.
okay, I'm coming. Oh, I see him. I'm chasing. Oh, Layak is right in between me and the robot. I gotta wait.
I'm using my crossbow.
Oh, I'm on top of him. Oh, he just took grenades out. He's got proximity grenades. Okay. They actually don't hurt very much. Oh, but he lit the entire place on fire. All right.
Oh yeah, they don't like instantly blow up, it seems. That's nice.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay, that hurt. That hurt. Jeez. Go.
Oh, bye.
All right.
Goodbye, Lobos.
I'll be right back. Alright, so I feel like you take the sniper rifle, you be on robot duty. And I'll wait.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh.
I got him. Reinforced CPU.
Oh, there was something we needed that for, but I don't remember now.
Ooh, if you break them, you get a transformer bushing. Huh.
Okay, okay. New materials? I mean, new recipes? Question mark.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Here, take this.
Oh. Pushing. Okay. Nothing popped up for me. Oh, wait.
Wait, really?
I'm probably missing another ingredient if I had to guess. Rebar bolt. Can you drop the wait, the
No,
CPU?
you shouldn't be missing. Here, just come
Oh.
next to me. I'll just share it with you.
Oh, okay. What? Long jump hat.
We're gonna be flying.
Oil winding, bushing, power cell, air compressor. Nice. Okay. All right. Man, I wonder if it's bigger too. Just go up or down? Oh, it's down.
It goes down.
I remember we were like outside.
Oh, there's some
up
pipes in
top.
here.
At some point, oh wait, there's a ladder. At some point, it just opened up, and then we were both exploring huge areas. Oh, this is, I remember
Yeah.
this. The 3 doors. Oh, you left your briefcase.
Oh, I did.
I see it. I see it from here.
I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice. Is this green door to your right? Is that openable or no?
Hold on. Just putting some stuff in this platform cart. Inventory's getting a bit full.
Some skip ideas here.
Yep.
There's a fence I really want to jump over with a door next to it, but the door might be closed. Okay, not far enough.
Are you went up the ladder?
Oh. I did. I jumped down, but back up the ladder it goes. Here we go.
Were you trying to jump into that gate with the green door?
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like we
But
might
I
have
was
been there already anyways.
Maybe. The green door opened as like a shortcut, so I think so. This way, though. Oh, is this where we long jump?
Yeah, I think
Wait,
so.
regular jump. Wait.
I mean, we could definitely just jump around the gate, but
There's a thermite requirement over there.
here, I'll open the gate for you.
Oh, I missed my jump!
Oh, well, goodbye.
Oh, wait, I'm just in the water.
Oh dear. I really must use the restroom.
Okay. I'm swimming. Oh, there's like a hanger down here or something in the water.
Oh, with the red light on top, or
I'm not sure yet. I'm swimming towards it. There's like a huge submarine. What the? Oh yeah, there's a red light. And there's a submarine down here. What? I think we can get in the submarine at some point.
oh, I turned on the. You can use the waterways to travel the facility. Huh?
What'd you do? Turn on what?
I turned on the water and it says we can use it to travel around the facility.
What?
Yeah. Is there a way to get?
I don't know if you're trying to find where I went to, but yeah, there's Janet
there
and
you are.
A bar here.
Oh, I see where you went. Okay. I'll come down with you.
This, like this is a place people might build a base. So they're on top of the submarine. I didn't talk to them yet. Oh. There's a ladder on the other side. Also toilets.
Janet, you know, I don't think this is the way out of here.
Oh, look who it is. Hello.
Oh. Hello. That's all they said. All right.
Spillway C.
Yeah, Spillway C.
Oh wait, we've been here.
Oh, the elevator over here, I think. Yeah, we would have taken the elevator down. Oh, there should be some cable in here.
There's a vent.
Oh. I'm gonna check because it looked like there was a door over this way.
Oh, there's like a shortcut with like a fan here. Can't actually use it yet.
Huh. The clearance door 5. We haven't gotten that yet, right?
No.
The recipe.
Nope. Don't think so.
Okay. All right, we can go back up. Oh wait. Yep.
You want to take the elevator back up?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get this cable over here real quick.
What hammer am I using? The explosive sledge. Mainly just so I can level up blunt weapon attacks, because once I get level 12, then I get a really nice skill. If you want to drop anything at the cart here, feel free as well.
Let's see. Oh, what?
You want to go check the water thing I opened up?
Yeah. Let's see. Did you go up the ladder in that?
Yeah.
circle place? Okay. I still don't know. Okay, so you have to page for me to find you.
Yeah. Yeah, I activated this wheel, and now this can be used, apparently. If we go in.
Oh, what? Huh? That makes sense.
It's a water slide.
Isn't there a grate on the... Oh, we open... Alright. Oh, this is close to the beginning. I see. Oh, there's also a door. Interesting.
The zip line. Well.
Shotgun man. Oh. Okay. Nice. Didn't know we were one-shotting these guys now. Oh, that's probably another waterway. I mean, it is another waterway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we can actually drop in to this place if we want. Right here.
Oh. Okay, nice. Yeah, I saw... Alright, I was gonna guess. Can you climb up?
Mm-hmm. I can unlock the door for you if you want. Aha.
Well, where did this one go? What? Oh.
Oh, we're
Wait
here.
a minute. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh! So all of these are gonna be... This is like a portal hub almost. Well, I guess there's only 2 spots, but...
I have a jump pad. Do you want to see if we can actually... Oh, no, you can't put it in here. Maybe not.
Yeah, I wouldn't guess there's anything up there. But you never know. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Did you see the door? I just wanted to point this out, but that's like over here is the beginning. You see that red door down there?
Yeah. You want to try to get to it?
I'm just noting it. I'm like, that's interesting. I don't know why it would be a balcony like that.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm down to head back and try and make progress this way.
I want to try to get to that door now, Lobos.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
you pointed it out.
I pointed it out. It's curious, right?
Very curious. Well, I made it.
Okay.
I jump padded.
I'll get your jump pad. It's probably boring.
There is a gate security crate, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to get myself out of here. I think I have to just go into the water.
Ow.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go down. There's a zip line, I think, with a ramp over here.
There was no other doors or anything in there?
No, just a power socket and a security crate and a locked door, but I couldn't.
Power
it was
socket?
like, yeah.
You're like, all right, build your base here. Okay, all right. Have we? Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I can't open up.
Interesting. Oh, I'll drop you your jump pad. Thought it was sliding all the way down for a second. Oh, I'm thirsty.
Should we take the teleporter
Oh, yeah.
back, I guess?
I think so.
The survivors are like right here though. I just realized. Unless, did we already find them?
Wait.
You see that, right?
Oh, I do see that. No, I mean, I don't think we did.
Maybe, yeah, we should check that out.
We should. Might be how we get our next key card.
Oh yeah, true.
Gotta go up to get down.
There's a class 4 hack here. Oh wait, I already opened this.
I'm jumping a fence.
It's
here.
crazy.
Oh, this is the parkour section I found.
You've had an idea.
You gotta come to me, I think. Unless you found a way to get there already.
I don't know. Probably not. I'll come to the parkour section. Whoa, no. Okay. Oh God. All right, sorry. I'm in a
No
room
worries.
with conductor over here.
Wait, where are
Didn't
you?
really get that room. I'm up here. This is where the huge fog guy is, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Please don't kill me. Okay.
Oh, did you?
What the? Dude, the sniper's back! Or it's a different sniper or something.
Where the hell did Lobos go? How the heck did he get there?
Being a jerk. And I'm being camped by the conductor. Nah,
I don't know how to get to
I don't know
you.
how to get out of here. Oh, wait.
Did you go up the ladder?
I jumped to the right. On the outside, there's these chain link fences. And I did some fancy jumps. And then I made my way back in. Oh, God. I'm trying to go back out to... Okay. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Oh, okay. You try to get to the NPCs. I might have found a way.
Yeah, I mean, I already found the way,
Okay.
actually.
I think I might have found a different way. It's definitely intended not. No, it might be. I have to jump head up out of here.
Oh, wait, you're literally at the parkour section.
I'm right outside. Oh, hi. Oh, this is the parkour section?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Can I grab it? No. So,
Yeah, so-
I came from up that broken balcony up there.
Gotcha. So over here is a vent, and that just goes to the NPCs.
Oh, nice. I need to heal real bad when we're talking to him. Nice.
I'm glad you're still alive. And look, this is going to sound ridiculous, but we need to
Hey,
get
Toby.
down to
What's up, buddy?
reactors. With the dark lens gone, it's the only working portal equipment in the facility. A way out. So what if we opened the spillway? All that water ends up in one
Leia's
place.
here.
Reactors.
Oh,
Nobody would expect us to risk our lives like that, which is exactly why we should do it. It could be our only chance.
If you're serious about opening,
oh my
spillway
goodness.
Oh, God.
I can tell you two things.
Time for science.
Start with the power system over there. These quakes triggered a shutdown,
Oh, there you go.
which should reset
Easy.
easy enough. The next part's not gonna be so easy. You need to reboot the spillway computer, unlock the flow valves, bring the central network transmitter back online somehow. It could be done, but How desperate are you?
Sort of desperate, I guess. This locked door? That is. Whoa. Turbine thing spinning. I
Yeah.
wonder if it hurts you.
You need to use the toilet.
Might as well. Character is tired. I need to find it.
Yeah, same.
A little bed.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this place. Oh boy. In Yamis. Yeah. Well, we've got objectives now, but
Dr.
also
Derek
we could
Mass,
explore.
Research Director, Gate Cascade Research Facility.
Where you
Our
at?
neutrino detector is finally online.
It's about
In the room with all the
Calibration is
turbines.
complete, and we're seeing the first faint suggestions of activity. Placing the detector in the depths of the hydroplant reservoir was a challenge, but the ideal location for such a device. It should keep the photon detectors safe, too. We've noticed something else. The neutrino detector attracts perforation targets itself. Possibly.
I think we just go where we killed that,
It's frustrating. Every time a portal
where we killed
appears
the
in
robot,
reservoir tower,
which
we
is
have
like
to
right out
recalibrate
this
the
door.
entire apparatus.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, I wanted to see if I can retrieve my jump pad, but I don't know. Maybe lost forever. Oh,
Yeah, I mean, you're probably gonna need to... Oh, and then this is where we jumped across, right here. Yeah, if we go up these stairs to the left, I think... Like, we haven't really looked over here at all. Oh, maybe I can do this hack door? Oh, last 5.
wait, this is oh. Ah, this big bridge. Another bridge. Reboot spillway computer. Oh.
And the tower's up there.
Okay. Oh. Ah, there's another bot.
I mean, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, we can
No,
do
it
it.
wasn't too bad.
The mag bow is really good for them, I think. Oh my god, I almost just fell off the ledge. Ah!
Oh my goodness! Alright, he thanked me in the face. I didn't make any heals, so I'm going through with replays for now. Busting out the grinder. Ow!
Oh,
Oh, I
nice.
think he's dead.
Oh.
Nice.
Good work.
Okay. What was the other thing he dropped?
Well, there's the reinforced
Oh, the
CPU, and
CPU.
then there was another item. Transformer bushing, yeah.
Yeah. Can you drop the CPU? I just haven't gotten one yet.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Here you go.
I feel like we need to get in this gate. There's a rat! Rat!
Oh, lodestone fragment.
Ooh, nice. Class 5 required.
There's a sniper. Oh my god. I am like really tired. I do need to...
Yeah, you were falling asleep when we got here. Let's see. Maybe there's a bed down here. There's a lore.
Sitting
And
in
a
the chair
new-
for a moment.
There's a new alien enemy.
Oh?
Yeah, it's like the green guy, but now he's stronger, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, you ready?
there's a sniper out there. You might want to bring him inside.
Okay. Oh,
gosh.
scream.
Okay, not too bad.
Oh,
Oh, vibrant
vibrant
arm.
neck. Where'd that go? Where'd it go? Oh, one of my quick marks.
Hmm. Oh,
Lord.
you can make a rifle out of it.
IS-023 is
Did you get that?
reverse to the high-energy EM spectrum.
Maybe. I didn't look at
Coming
my...
from Antiverse 42, where it may become
Oh, yeah, I
too
see it.
large
Quill
to
rifle.
contain. Dr. Feldman suggested releasing it to the hydroplant
Ooh,
reservoir.
wow.
I often
Okay.
struggle to know when that man is serious. Anyone who would do that
Acid
should
rifle.
not be allowed
And turn the
anywhere near this
Exor
facility
quills
or its
into
erudite
a weapon.
accomplishments.
We have like a lot of those.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sit in a chair too for just a bit.
Alright.
Well, actually, well, let me see how much. Oh, chair doesn't help me. Oh, it's a sewer.
Sewer.
Yeah, a big sewer pipe.
Oh.
We got some rad resist. Ah! Invisible, bro. Gosh. Ugh. Pain. Oh, there's caught. Yoink.
Oh, didn't see that.
Dog photo frame.
Oh.
Yoink.
Oh, my sleep is weird. Got like a...
Oh.
Did you have that?
No.
Like a tower in the background.
I had weird sleep in the Night Realm or one of the places. But not here.
Well, hopefully I don't get killed by some monster.
Yeah.
Seems like this is a shortcut door down here. Are you going down the water?
Are you in the water? Oh.
Yes, there's just a big door, but
Okay. Back up then.
I'm gonna go down the water real quick. Okay, it seems like it goes
Path?
pretty far. Yeah, there is a path.
Okay.
But I'm kind of feeling like we might need an oxygen tank or something.
Ooh.
Yeah, you could take a look.
Oh, no, you can make it here.
Oh,
Yeah, there's a... I'll come to me and there's a spot to jump up.
oh,
Pretty quick.
nice. Good thing you checked.
I'm always down for a chance to drown. Oh, is that a helmet?
I can't pick it up.
Ooh.
Oh. I have the full Hydro Plant uniform after grabbing this guy's outfit.
Oh. Here we go. Hydroplant hat. 12 armor. Not bad. But not good. Oh. Nice. Top. Oh, I think that customization.
Yeah, I think at the transmog we can probably put it on.
I'm gonna wash myself. Hopping down. Let's see.
Yeah, you can use explosive charges on this weapon.
No help at the top. It's
All water.
Yeah, it's all water. I'm gonna refresh my breath. And then I feel like I'm gonna go towards this little catwalk area. And Prage. Oh, wait, I think it's enclosed. I couldn't go
Oh,
in
yeah.
there. Uh-oh. You drowning?
Yeah, I'm okay though.
Is it like, I don't know, I was just wondering how fast it is.
I think once you actually fully run out, then that's when you start. I didn't run out of oxygen yet.
Oh, okay. The door here. Door is blocked. I'm just gonna keep doing this.
Bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna teleport.
Oh shit. Me too, I think.
I don't want to have to get my loot back in there.
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, I'm teleporting. Alright, that's fine. We got some new materials anyway.
Yeah.
Heya.
Oh, gun.
Target hostile.
And some anomalies.
Nice.
What was that guy doing?
Okay.
Hey, Evan. Yeah, this game's been awesome.
Looks like you can upgrade the carapace chest too. I don't know if you already did that.
Oh, yeah. I think that's something I don't think I was able to do that before.
Oh, like you just got it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Rebar bolts. Oh, are those for your magbow? Rebar bolts?
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. I didn't try throwing the fear grenade at anything.
What are these? Oh, right, the libs.
Oh my. Jerk.
I'm gonna need more carbon. The power's back soon. Collecting some anomalies in the meantime.
Yeah, no worries. Let's see about making some heals.
Does the crafting bench still have power right now?
Oh, it does.
Okay.
I didn't think about that, yeah.
Is that our crafting bench? I made a carbon battery, which I think is like the best one.
Oh. I was thinking about... Oh. Should I make the quill rifle?
Yeah, do it. I got the crossbow, so.
Okay. Yeah, we'll try that out. See how that goes. Wow. Yeah, we make so many seeker quills. Holy crap.
Hey, Durjan. Oh wait, it took my bolts.
New ranged weapon. Let's go. It's already damaged? I don't know why. I need another arm to repair it. What the heck? Maybe duct tape.
Oh, I need more desk phones.
More what?
Desk phones.
Oh, desk phones.
I'm gonna go grab some from the data center. I think there should be some there.
Okay.
I'm trying to upgrade the carapace chest piece.
Nice.
More desk phones. Oh, we got 7. That's good enough, I suppose. Oops.
Oh, find some phones?
Yeah, got 7. But that place is empty now.
Empty, the data labs or whatever?
Yeah. Data center.
Data center.
How's it going?
Oh, interesting. It changed. Upgrading the carapace chest changes it from heat to cold.
Huh. I guess you're padding it? I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, but you lose the heat, so yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We're probably gonna have to do. I mean, I think they mentioned a cold area. I think that's common.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna refill some water here.
All right.
For the plants.
Yeah, good idea. You getting the water coolers? Putting this thing?
Yeah, I
Oh,
did
nice.
one trip. I'm doing another trip now. Cool. Got more grenades.
I got
I don't
2
know if we're gonna be able
grenades.
to- Oh, nice. Oh, that from just the one plant. It might be growing. really
Oh,
fast.
I was talking about from the robots.
Oh, they have grenades.
Yeah, I got 2 frag grenades from them.
Oh, nice. I got the fear grenades, which I don't think is gonna work on robots, but hey, you never know.
Yeah.
Okay.
We good to go? You got soup?
I
Souped
got
up?
soup. I got Exor arm gun.
Nice.
A couple heals.
All right. Let's do it.
Oh, wait. Really quickly, do you want to look into making the long jump pack, or did you?
Oh, can we? Oh.
Yeah, I was guessing we couldn't yet. Power cells, air compressor.
We just need to
bushings.
kill more robots and power cells, though. I don't really remember. There's got to be some portal worlds with power cells.
Ooh. Oh,
Can't
yeah,
remember
shit.
though.
All right.
Actually,
Oh.
shouldn't the map show it? Right?
Oh, like
possible.
potential loot.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, Flat Hill.
Okay.
The fog place that we have not returned to after.
Oh, you can trade something for power cell with the weird guy. Marion.
Let's see. He usually hangs out over here, I think.
He used to. I wonder if he moved though.
Yeah, he might have.
Like I
Buddy.
haven't seen him here in a while. Maybe that's because the scarecrow. You think that's why he was here all the time?
We should put the scarecrow like right out front of our base.
Yeah.
We can just have all of the NPCs party.
Let's see if we can make another run. Oh, we need an anvil actually, and a symphonist head. So I guess we need the fog event, or maybe we need to go back to Flat Hill and we could kill one for it.
Yeah, I don't remember if there was any of the smaller, like
Yeah.
symphonist guys in there, but
can't
there were
remember
definitely
either.
locked doors and like I don't know. I feel like there's stuff there for us.
You want to
Do
go back there? I'm down.
Where was it? It was like the first purple portal. That was
It's in the office sector, so
yeah.
maybe it's up the elevator.
Yeah, either that or yeah, up the elevator and then we turn around. I think. And it should be right there, if I recall. Let's see. Right here? Is it? Or maybe not. This is the silo?
No, I think this is right.
Oh, yeah. There's a portal. Oh, yeah, I remember this little drop-down spot. Maybe they spawned the little guys in here now. Oh, I can use the lantern finally. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, do you still have it on you?
Yeah, I've been keeping it in
Nice.
case there was fog event. Oh. Remember we opened a shortcut by the car. Yeah. Power cells, huh? I wonder if we can kill these guys now. Kind of doubt, but I don't know.
Yeah, they're pretty big.
Oh, that's fun.
You want to try? I mean, he got staggered.
Good. Okay. Oh, calm down, guy. Oh, he got staggered again. Oh wow, this run runs out of ammo fast. Oh, what the? See about that.
Doesn't like one shot at least.
Ah! Oh, unless he does this, maybe.
I staggered him.
Nice. Ah, he grabbed me again. He's hitting me! But at least we respawn right here.
Yeah.
Oh, did he die? Oh no, he fell over. Coming back, coming back. He's just durability loss, right?
I'd shot him now with the bow.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not feeling like this is gonna work, but.
Hey now. Okay.
Oh, goodbye.
Remember the Tarask. Never forget.
True. I'm wasting all my bolts though.
Yeah, I stopped using that thing.
Careful, Lobos, there's a
Oh my, it didn't hurt very much.
I want my bolts back.
Dang it. So like really aim at his stupid leg. Uh-oh. Staggered again. Ugh. These two little snatchies. Oh. Stagger.
Yeah, I don't know, but it could be like the Tarask, you're right.
Could be.
There's like quite a few of these guys though, isn't there?
There are quite a few, yeah. Alright, stagger. I mean...
Are we getting XP hitting him?
I'm not.
Because I feel like if we're doing damage, we should get XP, right? Like maybe that's how you can tell.
I don't know. Oh! Ah! Yep. Ugh. He could just be really healthy.
True.
Could be. Let me read about him real quick.
What are these guys called? Infinist?
Conductor, I think. But I don't... Oh, composer. Here we go. Let's see. It's IS-64.
I don't know. Doesn't really seem to say anything. I really don't think we can kill it though.
Yeah, that's fair. Run by. Oh, not. Let me grab my stuff. Oh, nice. Ow. Oh. Oh.
I'm running.
My briefcase. Oh.
We never opened this.
There were a bunch of locked doors, I remember.
Yeah, there's a shortcut here at the library, but I don't think we ever opened it.
I need to fish in here.
Oh.
Hmm?
Wait, I think I found one of the enemies
Oh?
that can be killed.
Can you, page?
I jumped over a gate. But I might be able to open it for you.
Let's see. I'm kind of...
Oh yeah, I can open this.
Okay. I gotta get, I'm like in the very first building. It'll take me a second to get back over there. Oh, hi.
Yeah, right over here. I jumped on this and then jumped over this gate. Out through here. And there was an enemy. I just killed him and got the head, but in this like little hallway here.
Nice. What is this door? This. Oh. Yeah, it's like. Oh, this is just like covered.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab desk phones and keyboards. We might need it.
Right, we're looking for power cells. Oh, I wonder if they respawn. Remember?
Yeah.
Power cells. So.
Yeah, we looted 3, so I imagine the 3 you can just get, but I wonder if like we can portal there or shortcut there. I don't really remember the layout of this area very well anymore.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Ah, they're back. Aha! Power cell number 1. That opens the portal, I think. Definitely use this vent.
Oh, we have a shortcut to the second one. You just go up the ladder.
Oh. Nice.
We might even have a shortcut to the third one. Oh yeah, this is the library. Okay, so I need to open up. There's a shortcut somewhere in the library.
I'm getting a new arcade machine.
Ooh. And we didn't unlock any shortcuts here.
Alright.
Oh, I got another fridge.
Where am I? Oh, yeah.
Honestly,
yeah.
I don't know if I need
The
another
library,
fridge.
right. What about this book? Oh, it's just a regular book. You got another fridge?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna grab it though. I feel like we have enough storage still.
Never enough storage.
Red door never opens? Oh. Maybe you're right.
Okay. Did you get the third power cell?
I'm trying to get to it. I think on the right track.
Ah. Oh. There's 2 guys on the huge bridge here. Are you at... Did you cross
Yeah, I crossed the bridge. I'm going up a elevator. If I get the power cell, we could probably just teleport out of here.
Okay. Yeah, I passed them.
Okay, meta.
Oh,
See.
there's a ladder. I see. Okay. Oh. Oh, they come in a lot.
All right, I got it.
Okay. Warping.
Do we want to make another scarecrow?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Oh,
Put it out front.
we need an anvil. I dismantled all of ours. Can't say I remember where. There's probably one in Flat Hill, but I don't remember where.
We started to find, yeah. I think
We'll
there were
find
a bunch
another
of
one.
anvils, yeah, we'll find more. We know to look out for them now.
Mm-hmm. I need more carbon, refined carbon. It's pretty easy to get, but I need more silver. Do you want to go to the train real quick?
Sure.
I need
Silver
silver
scrap?
scrap, yeah, so I can get... We're running pretty low on carbon. That's just, the first? Is it the tram?
The tram is the one on the other side.
Around, okay.
Yeah. And then, yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm getting boxed in. Literally, by the box. Let me grab some duct tape and repair this weapon.
I mean, I can just go there and grab it if you want. All good.
Okay.
If you want to, like, fish or
Yeah.
do whatever.
Moonfish.
What's up, Echo Void? Thank you for the 10 months. Oh, bro. No, we're not doing shared chat. We're just doing the stream together. The shared chat gets a little, like, overwhelming at times.
We gotta be able to kill the night realm guy because you can get his sigil to make a mask.
Yeah.
I don't know how. Maybe we just come back with stronger weapons or something.
Yeah, maybe it's like a time limit thing. You gotta, like, kill him fast enough. That freaking hurt.
We will destroy you and you will be by cover.
You guys are freaking tanky, dude. Actually. Oh, there's an anvil here. Perfect. Damn. You guys are so tanky, dude. God, doing the sprint attack is so annoying sometimes. They're resistant to blunt damage. Oh, that would explain why the spear killed them so fast. Any more silver scrap here?
Mortem!
Oh, the running attack is still crazy, at least. No, Lobos is just fishing. Honestly, there isn't... We don't really both need to be here, I feel like. I got 11 metal scrap. I mean, that's decent. It's not great, though. Wonder if there's probably a better spot for metal scrap.
Your time was...
This is the end. Oh, wait, is there metal scrap in here? There's peas. I mean, I got some. It's not great, though. Alright. Well, I'm gonna make the scarecrow now that I got the anvil.
Nice.
I will put it...
Silver scrap.
Yeah, I got like 11. It's decent.
No, my fish got bugged. I can't reel it in. There was a recent spot we started getting silver scrap again. I don't remember where. Do you?
I think it was in Canaan.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, I got a couple. I just got 2 moonfish, and
All right, I got the scarecrow plugged in like next to Warren.
nice. Yeah, I think that's good. I'm gonna cook these fish.
This sector will be powered down momentarily.
Hey,
If you have not already evacuated the building, it remains your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
How do you cook the fillets? Is it like with the frying pan?
Yeah.
Do we have a frying pan somewhere? I can't find one.
They should be in the cabinets next to the stove, I think. I put 2 of them in there. If not, just use the database terminal. They should be somewhere.
Oh, true. That's right.
Gonna go trade this silver scrap for more carbon. Honestly, the mag bow doesn't seem like that crazy good though or anything. Like, it's okay. Nighttime. Picking up some fish.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully it doesn't burn this time. I was thinking maybe it would be... I don't know. Oh, wait, is it ready?
The lodestone fragment just on the ground outside.
Interesting. Cooked moonfish fillet. Okay. Ah.
Yeah, that's cool. Free birdies. Who asked?
Did you find anything to do with the sugar dust?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I'm gonna keep 2 sugar crystals just in case, I guess.
The quantum pick. Oh yeah, I don't have that. Wow. Cool, man. Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, just try to keep like, I mean, I don't know what it is, but try to keep the back seating to a minimum, or like talking about stuff that, you know, we might not know about. Oh, we can make the SUV hotware kit. You know what, I'll make one and then we'll just hold on to it.
Yeah, we'll wait for the right moment.
Oh, what did we need the power cells for? It was... Oh, the jump pack. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's alright. How do I want to make carbon batteries for everything.
Oh, the fish cooks
Well,
really
that
fast.
uses power cells too.
Fish fillets didn't give you new recipes, did they?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Wait, why did I do that, chat? Because I have industrial batteries right here. Oh, I'm so stupid. Wait, can I scrap these? Bad.
Attention, this sector is under precautionary
God.
security measures.
Okay, man, I got
Our
a lot of ammo now.
storage is so full of shit.
Oh, I need to stash the pot.
You need more storage, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it yet. Alright, well, I'm just gonna rest and then I'm good to go, I think. What's your fishing level now?
Air quality
I think I hit 8.
environmental system.
Oh,
Oh.
the black of night falls upon the facility. Okay.
Yeah, I just got the black
Atmospheric
fog as
quality,
a journal entry.
Level 2 biohaka in effect.
Exciting.
This is kind of scary.
Cool. Somebody screaming? Impact hammer. Well, maybe the dude, Oh. Is there any way we can make beams? Oh, Layak is here. Where are you at? Oh, hi. Come here, buddy.
I believe I need
Oh,
to,
right. No power.
defecate.
Oh, wait, there is power. Never mind. I'm just pooping in the night fog.
Making another storage crate.
What was even here before? Oh, the
plants, yeah.
Gourdfish.
So, should we just go explore more, or what are we thinking?
Yeah, I'm down to keep progressing.
All right.
Heya.
Although I guess maybe we should see what's up with this event.
Oh yeah, let me check the log.
Very dark. If this event exists near that that laser room, we just take them over there and run.
Oh, it's a
circle.
theory.
Oh. Hmm.
The dissipation of the black fog has at times coincided with trans-recon deployment to Antiverse 39.
39, the realm, the dark realm, the night realm.
I think so, yeah. IS 59. Apparently he has, like, it says that there will be shades about or something.
Yeah.
Which are like part of his army, I guess. Dude, it is so dark. Holy crap.
Can you even use her? Yeah, I really can't use her.
It doesn't work very well, yeah.
Oh, maybe that's what night vision's for. Or maybe it works better, I guess.
Oh, wait, can we make those? Oh, no. Well, we could, but we don't have quite have the supplies. We need diodes and optic lenses again.
Diodes, yeah. Okay.
And we need still more normal robots. Let me see if this one is alive. He is not.
I'm at the tram.
Okay.
Wait, am I? Oh, I'm lost. Nope, I am. Beep.
Yeah, I know we can trade. There's an unknown location marked on the map in the Cascade Laboratories. You see that?
Oh. Yeah. Where's the store?
I think that could be Antiverse
Ah.
39.
I think it's definitely a portal. But yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if the black fog opened that up, like, made that visible.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I don't remember what was there before.
I just feel like exploring this area, like, we need to get rid of this event. Maybe it just goes away on its own, but I almost wonder if we, like, have to do something. Because they said it coincides with the entering Antiverse 39, but...
Dissipation of it has at times coincided with Transrecon deployment to Antiverse 39.
It says at times, though, so maybe it does go away eventually. But...
Yeah, so Antiverse 39 is the Night Realm, so we could just go into those portals and see what happens. Actually, if we go this way, it's kind of a shorter way back. Oh god. This backtracks through like the moon fish area. Oh, I'm not 100% sure if this is correct. I think we had to go back up and to the right.
The door here.
Locked.
Back. No, it's not locked.
Just right wall strat out of there, and then it should take us back through the lunar fish place, and then there's a portal to the Night Realm in the next spot. Yeah, here we go. A lot of running. This way? Yeah, here. Alright, let's see what happens. The Night Realm.
Oh. At least we can see.
Did we... You see the stained glass spot up here? Did you ever see that? Hold on, let me see. Oh! Oh yeah, I lost my jump pad.
I've got a jump pad I could put down.
Oh, snag vine.
Can't break it or anything.
Looks like it's up maybe at the other jump pad spot. Right around here. Or maybe you could... Oh wait! There's a second spot to jump up to.
Oh yeah, this is... We were there before.
Did we
this
do
is
that?
when
Okay.
where we jump padded, yeah.
Well, because I remember we jump padded up to this one, but I don't
Yeah, I checked like all
Okay.
3 paths.
I guess we could check the spots for night essence.
True.
Just grab those.
Well, there's one there. I think there's another one back in the starting area.
Yeah, there should be on the little balcony.
Oh yeah, there's one in the jail cell here too. I got it.
Nice. Pop out and see if anything's changed. I doubt it. There probably would have been a message.
Yeah, sounds good.
It's still very dark.
Okay.
I might look for the...
Could be it's just a chance, I guess.
Wait. I think it's cleared.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I can see well now.
Okay. I went back.
It didn't say anything, though.
Still seems dark to me.
Really? Maybe the... Yeah, I don't know. I'm in the sector where the dude appears. I'm by the beam. And I can see without my flashlight. Well, you know, I can see far. Maybe just this area is affected differently or something.
Could be.
Oh, yeah. I'm back at the hydro plant. Like, I can see, well, I mean, the exit to the hydro plant. I'm definitely not affected by dark fog anymore.
That's so weird.
Maybe it's personal? Maybe you have to go back in and out. Oh, oh, here's the boy. I'm gonna try and shoot some. Why he does not care about this needler.
So strange.
Come on, buddy. Beam's right over here. Wonk. Ow. Okay. I'm gonna warp out of here.
Going back to base.
Yeah, I went back. I'm just gonna drop off Night Essence. Did you need Night Essence for something? You did, right? Or we got it, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I got a few though too.
All right. So you're still night fogged?
Yep.
Oh.
That is so weird.
Did you exit the same portal?
No, I exited like the one at the start.
Yeah, I exited a different one too. But yeah, it's cleared up for me. That's weird. I don't know. It did like a thing when I got out. I was like...
Maybe it's bugged?
Maybe. Did you want to reload or...
Yeah, I guess we could try. I don't...
You throw a grenade at me?
Well, yeah, I'll rehost, I guess.
Okay. Oh, I should have tried the grenade on the scary boy.
Lobo's being able to see. Oh, Lobo's probably gonna be back in the fog, honestly, when he comes back. Somebody's saying you have a bug.
Interesting.
That probably makes more sense, though, considering I'm host.
Yeah, because there was no message about it clearing up or anything. Joining?
Join me in the darkness.
Well then. Whoa, I just got 17,000 sprinting XP.
Damn. Well, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Eggs. So many eggs. Tomatoes, space lettuce, pumpkins. Oh, is this thing not powered? Maybe it is. That's even worse. Hey, okay.
Alrighty. I'm back. Yeah, we really gotta clear this up, though. This is it's kind of awful.
Hmm. I wonder if it just takes time. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like what you said makes sense. It could also just be like lore.
I mean, there could also be a terminate button somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, that button. I remember that for the other events.
Mm-hmm.
How's it going?
I kind of want to figure out that unknown location that's marked on the map.
Go look around. I'm just looking for something to eat here. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna order some lunch.
Oh.
Get some pop pillies.
I'm so jealous you have one close to you.
Do I hear the lag?
The what?
Oh, I do.
Oh, the lag? Oh. But the jack-o'-lantern thing you got is spooky now in the dark. Oh.
Yeah, I like Potbelly's. Pretty good. Good sandwich shop. Jersey Mike's and like Potbelly's are my go-to. All right. Well, you want to go look for that place, I guess?
Yeah. Let's see. I guess we just run the normal path.
Yeah. Go to the labs.
So I'm guessing we need to activate a portal, right? And
maybe
was
it's
there
the level
anything
4 hack.
Oh? Was there one?
I don't know, but that's my guess.
Was there anything to repair? Because if there was something to repair, I could see that being a portal realm.
I'm
you
not
went
sure.
up.
Yeah, I went up because that's where
Okay.
laboratories is, but I mean, I don't know. The map isn't... Oh, we actually do have a map.
The more detailed one.
Yeah.
6-4 live fires.
Like, have we been to the Collider and Access and XR Containment? Probably.
Oh, I see where you're looking. Lighter access. I remember XR containment. Yeah, that's like the beginning, I think.
Okay.
Because vehicle lot, I think, is where we first found the forklift or whatever it was you could drive.
One of the maps is 64 IS 0855.
Yeah, we could check. That might. Well, let's see.
We do not have. Oh, I don't see it in the registry unless it's entities.
Yeah, it's blacked out between 700 and 1057.
Yeah.
It's a blacked out one. Exploring the facility is probably the best way. Okay. Yeah, let's go find that. 6th floor, huh? I think that's the same floor as the mushrooms.
Yeah, the mushroom
harassment
zone.
place.
Yeah.
Okay, well in that case, I'm gonna try and make it to the lift. I'm a little lost now. Oh, you're with me? Okay. Oh, zombos. Wait. Whoa. Okay. I got a night zombie following me.
Oh.
Yeah, he's just like floating towards me.
Where are
He's not
you?
Walking. I'm near. Oh god. Do you hear fighting? Let me page. Oops. Oh god, I dropped my weapon.
Oh, you were right there. So easy to like.
See him? Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I gave my weapon back. Robot. I don't know if we can...
Oh!
Oh! Oh, no! Hold on, I'm gonna throw the grenade. Grenade! I don't think he cares. Oh, man, I am dead-ended in this room. Did he leave? Oh, he might have left.
I don't think we can kill these guys.
Throwing a grenade out. Oh, man, fear grenade. Fear it. Oh, it bounces around so much. Oh.
Yeah, they just disappear when they touch you.
Oh, I think he summons the big guy.
Oh, when they touch you.
It seems like.
Yeah, they're like radar for him.
Interesting. Oh,
I remember there being a security door in the...
Yeah.
Pretty sure there was a security door in the area with all the containment. All the containment cells. It might have been a hack 5, but maybe it was 4.
Okay. I do remember A5, I think. I made my way, I found the shortcut.
You going to the lift?
Yeah, I'm going to the lift. I'll be there in a sec.
I really wish we had the night vision goggles.
What were we missing? Like,
We need diodes.
yeah, yeah. This trade at the blacksmith, and then yeah. I mean,
We
I don't
could get them. I
Yeah,
think.
it's very tough. Where are you at? I'm at the lifts now. Oh wait. Wait.
On my way.
I'm confused. I got onto the top of the lift somehow. There we go. Let's see.
We go up one more?
You keep mashing it until it stops. 6th floor. You know what? We didn't go back. Did we explore the very first live fire place we discovered?
That's right here, but this is level 5. Where we died a bunch. That's where we are right now.
Not this place. This is where this is after we made it.
Yeah.
You know, where we jumped across the gap. That's what I was thinking.
Okay. Gotcha.
The way to get there, oh, that was through the blue containment place. I think we can just run to the opposite side of this place to get there, but kind of hard in the darkness.
Yeah, there's a shortcut right there.
I heard a shotgun man. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of things.
I mean, honestly, maybe we just need that level 5 clearance to get to that zone.
It could be.
Fascinating.
Kind of feel like maybe we should just make the night vision goggles and then go back to the hydro plant.
Yeah, I'm down for that. I want to... I gotta find my way back to the lift. Now I'm lost.
You gonna check something else?
Yeah, if you want to go back and do that, I want to go to that where we jumped across the gap and see if there's anything there.
Sure. Oh, I'm at the gap right now.
Oh, nice. Where's the lift? Yeah, I was thinking in like that tube area. I mean, there's a containment door. Oh, wait. The scientist guy that we rescued or whatever, he was trapped, remember? Behind a door. Can you get there now?
The Tarask is incredible, but we had to make sure it couldn't reach the other specimen. If they managed to, well, you know, the energy released would be unthinkable.
Oh, I'm here now too.
Oh, wait, we have a tram that takes us right here.
Is that new?
I'm not sure.
Here we
Oh,
go.
it's the one at the labs.
Ooh.
Oh, you found him?
Come to me. So this was where the this was the guy that gave us the quest. He was stuck in here, and then whenever we turned off the control center, he like immediately appeared, right?
Oh,
But
yeah.
the door is open over here, and there's this.
Can you open the door up here?
Oh, where are you? Let me see.
I can just drop down.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know what happens when we mess with this, but
Oh. Oh.
something. It's unassuming though, so it's probably fine.
Yeah.
Oh, TV.
Powered services
Okay.
for today.
All right, you do the honors.
Momentarily. If you have any specimens outside of containment, return them immediately. Have
This
an
is like
efficient
Lethal
and
Company.
effective evening.
Hello.
It's
Can
unassuming.
package it though. This could also be a shapeshifter. IS-12 potentially.
Oh. Interesting. Oh, there's another door out and to the right. I don't know if we could open it though. Oops. No, my headlamp's gonna die. No. Yeah, there's no way to, there's no like button or anything for it. Oh yeah, this is the other containment area. Oh, I guess I'm gonna check and see if any of these doors opened.
Oh yeah, I think this is where I potentially saw the security door.
We can't open these doors. Oh. Oh, right. Now I remember the tram here.
Oh yeah, there's containment block Curie, and that's like blocked off with the flesh wall here.
Oh?
Yeah, there's...
Thermite place?
Yeah, but we can't interact with it. It's on the other side of the wall.
Oh, I see. I'm kind of far away. I'm exploring further.
Okay.
Now.
I mean, there's nothing else here. There's just that electric rail. So I don't know if the ram comes here at some point. It's weird.
Oh. I call the tram over to here.
Looks like there's a staircase
Live
that's...
fire zone. I don't know if we went to this place. Oh wait, there's a bed. Oh, it's this bed. Oh, this is where we killed the Tarask. Okay. Nice. Got it.
Alright, well, I'm gonna teleport back. Do you remember what we need for the diodes and the optic lens?
Wasn't reinforced cable, was it? Or reinforced hose, I mean.
I think electronics is for one, maybe the solder? Oh no, the solder was for the fiber optic cable, wasn't it?
Yeah, that sounds right.
I wish it would just say, like,
Heya.
All vacant perforations
reinforced
will
hose.
be
Okay.
resetting in 3,
Reinforced hose. Okay.
2, 1. Reset complete.
Alright, I'm gonna go to the blacksmith and trade.
Okay.
Oh, it's
I'm going to the
axle
restroom. I'll be right
grease?
back.
Dude. Okay. Oh god. Poor Lobos chat. Axel. Wait, what? Brain rot room. Yeah. Charge this just so I can teleport. Oh, I think I hear the like. My sandwich almost here. In a few minutes. Dude, this nighttime event is brutal, though. Oh, it's just air compressors for fire proximity suit. Oh, you can get anvils from security bot CPU.
That ought to do it.
I'm gonna go kill some robots then. I might go get those heat suits. The fucking TVs, dude. Oh, wait! Wait, did it glitch or are we good?
Okay.
I think the event's gone?
Oh.
Or did it glitch
yeah.
for me?
No, it looks good for me.
Okay, nice.
Go.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
Is there anything worth getting beeswax and honey for?
Not
really.
I'm not sure. I don't.
I mean,
I don't
doing it. But...
I don't know if I ever picked up the honey. Is the problem?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if I actually ever picked it up.
Headlamp here.
killing a robot real quick.
Sure.
You can trade the security bot CPUs for anvils. It's kind of nice.
Oh, okay.
Also, we have air compressors for to get the fire suits if we want. I might just go trade those.
Oh, we need those for the jump packs, though.
Do we?
Let me see. It takes 1 air compressor for each long jump pack.
Okay.
I
I don't think they're that hard to make, though.
It says we have 0 bushings, but I know we have bushings. Unless you used them.
I think I used them, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, these compressors are like super easy to make.
Oh, nice then.
I'll make 2 and go trade that real quick. Well, I'm glad the event's over. God.
Yeah, that's nice. It'll be much easier to progress now.
Yeah. I mean, we were going to be able to make the night vision goggles. At least we'll have the supplies if it happens again.
I'm gonna head. I guess I'm gonna do a little moon fishing.
All right.
And then just let me know when you're on the tram back.
Yeah, you good?
More paintings. Is there anything else I need to get rid of? Alrighty, I'm getting on the tram.
Okay. Come after this catch.
Oh, I forgot my headlamp.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
What's the game plan now? We're gonna go explore the Hydra plant. That's the game plan. Alright, I'm on the tram. I'm gonna go grab my sandwich. I'll be right back. Sandwich acquired. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, hey. Hey, what are you doing?
Bye. Bye.
No! Wait, I can bring it back.
Now I can keep you in limbo. Oh, no, I can't send it back. Oh. All right. I mean, hi. Is there a new shortcut we unlocked? Oh, right, the water tower thing.
Yeah, that's just right at the beginning here.
Yeah. Get some steel cables here, some rebar. Oh, good, they're numbered. 2, 4 over there. We haven't been over there, have we?
Oh, come over here, by the way. Oh, there's thermite.
Oh, we got a thermite. Okay.
Oh, wait, we have to go over there. Look at that. The reservoir.
What? Oh.
That's what I thought that's where you were going before when you fell in the water.
Oh. Should we? I'm going.
All right.
In before we could have taken the submarine or something, but whatever.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Well, I have to poop anyway, so I'm just pooping in the water. Why are you
I'm
swimming
guessing.
with
I don't know.
Oh. Is there a sea monster?
Maybe there's an entrance.
Below?
Water? My guess is we need to take one of the waterways, or like, we'll come from below. Maybe like an elevator.
Yeah, all right. Let's see. Oh, so what? We should teleport back and then see if we can make the thermite. I don't remember what we
Oh,
did.
yeah.
Thermite.
It's the gel.
Antivirus gel.
I'm guessing we don't have enough.
We don't. We need
But
3
I just
more.
made the heat suits. They're in the new box.
Oh. Where's the new box? Well, it doesn't
And
matter.
where the plants were? You could use the terminal, but yeah.
Heat. What's it called? I think it's gear. Fire proximity suit. I'm carrying around so many suits now. Looks like I can stash the beekeeper suit now.
This is where Ella's playthrough.
Very nice. Let's see. I'm just gonna grab a slushie. I was like, gonna grab all the forge armor pieces, but we got slushies,
Well,
so.
I mean, you shouldn't need anything.
You don't? You think
It's plus
is
3
enough?
heat. Yeah.
Hey,
and you can't get ignited. Right?
Okay. All right. Well, yeah.
I could be wrong.
Well,
All right, I'll grab a slushie too, just in case. I mean, there's no reason not to, right?
I'm gonna put bed down here. Oh, never mind. I won't. Okay, that place. Oh yeah, it's all the way at the top at the labs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we need to get some more jailbroken CPUs if you want to kill some bots real quick.
Sure. I need to find a restroom. I forgot to poop.
Okay. One over here.
I think there are, yeah. Worst case, I'll just poop myself. Crucis.
I'm gonna go kill the one at the top of the ramp first, I think.
Sure. Oh, there's one in the blue area, right? I don't remember where this guy is. But I'll look for him. Oh, there he is.
Oh, he's grabbing me.
Oh no! Is that all we need off of him? Is the CPU?
If you break them though, they give a lot of metal scrap. We are a bit low on scrap, I think.
Okay.
Where did this guy take me? Imagine if they could put you in like the containment cells with the SCPs.
Oh yeah, 11 scrap. Nice. Robot oil. Okay.
Gosh.
Ooh, coffee.
You put me in a room that takes forever to get out of.
No. I'm heading to that robot.
Alright.
Just walking back now.
Where the heck even am I, chat? What the...
This guy's taking more hits than the other guy did. There he goes.
Just Aranya. Vidal. Granadas.
Oh my gosh, this robot just... he put me in such a bad spot. I'm on my way back though. Are you fighting that robot? Or you killed him?
He's dead. I got him. What else were we doing here?
The tree. Gotta get to
the gel.
Which that's upstairs.
Wait,
Are you at the lift?
We're doing
Yeah, the tree. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. Tree is
right?
Kanan. Yeah, mushroom is...
I'm here. Mushroom's all the way up. I don't know what the area is called.
Yeah, when we... The big forge.
I believe I need to, defecate.
You and me both, buddy.
The dev should put like an upgrade module on this thing that makes it faster.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Alright, is the heat suit enough?
I feel like it should be. I'm uncomfortably warm.
Not made for this.
Oh, I'm burning up.
So hot.
Oh, I don't have it on.
Oh, I was gonna say yeah, it seems like it's fine.
Okay, cool.
I made him run away. I bet.
That's on.
I want my pistol to shoot these more. Can't get my rebar bolt back either.
Yeah, sometimes you can get the spines back from this thing too. It's nice. Oh, I'm fishing. I'm gonna fish.
Oh. He has to take out all the bullets. Okay. Do not reload this thing unless it's empty.
What the?
I like fishing too in games.
Can't sit in my tackle box. Wait, what the?
What the? That's crazy. I did a lot of fishing.
I don't get junk or fish. But something like hooks. So I don't know. Maybe we need a better run.
Oh, I'm so bad. There is an underwater section, yeah, but it is not the game that is. Tell me you can't hit them as
gelled up.
I've gotten a few. Yeah, I've got 6.
3.
Alright, I'm at the top. I got 9. I'm just gonna TP back.
Okay. I'll be right back there.
Hey,
Getting a bit low on iodine tablets. You know what? I'm gonna make the portal toilet. Oh, actually I can't. Never mind.
I'll come back.
Hey.
What was the gel for? I don't remember.
The thermite.
Oh, yeah. Okay, nice.
Oh yeah, we have a bunch of eggs. Wait, I can cook these.
Yeah, I stashed a bunch.
Do they regrow or do you have to replant them?
I think they regrow.
Okay. Did you watered everything?
I haven't watered today at all, so...
Okay, we should probably do that.
Yeah, I'll do that on it. I started making the stuff for the thermite, so...
Okay. I'm gonna cook some new...
Oh yeah, these eggs are all ready, too.
how's it going?
Just these 3 plots, right? Is there anything else that's...
I think there's 4 eggs plots. But, oh yeah, just
Nope.
the three plots.
Yeah. Okay.
Where are all the cooking pots? There's one there, one here. Let's see, is there any more in storage?
Anything you need?
Why can't...
Okay. Explosive made.
Why can't I take these? Huh? Alright, bunch of new soup coming up with the eggs. Hopefully it's good.
You haven't made it before?
Nah.
Oh.
Hey.
Egg soup. Oh, we got mushrooms healing us.
Yeah, I saw that.
It happened before, but this is just an event.
Oh, where? I'm gonna grab the honey.
I don't know where it's stashed, but there's a ton. Well, maybe not a ton.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it doesn't... Or go ahead.
I was gonna say, I wonder what happens if you tried to scrap the unassuming bell. I mean, it probably just scraps, but...
Yeah. Maybe.
Or you can...
Yeah, you can't use honey in the soup, though.
If you have
Interesting. This beehive is breaking! Need a hammer. I haven't tried to oh, jeez.
Fucking God.
Why are they...
I can't just give this to you for free, you know. I wish I could.
They don't care.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. That'll work.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
I just
Goodbye.
repaired the beehive. Oh wait. Oh, can you read?
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
This fucking. Oh, he moved.
Thank you. That's what I get for trying to.
Did that actually work?
Yeah, it did.
Nice. Repair the beehive with a hammer.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well. Oh, should I make the thermite?
I made it. I made it.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yeah. I'll stash this hammer.
Oh, I need to sleep.
Yeah, me too. Oh, I'm gonna be sneezing a bunch again. Also sleeping?
I'm making a shelf.
Oh.
I put it.
Hey,
I feel like we should move the TVs outside.
All right. Let's go.
TVs are getting a little cramped. We need to space to expand the TVs.
Absolutely. Oh. Goodbye, Layak. Alright, we'll have a little TV section over here, I guess. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's so dark. Oh, there we go.
The TV is back. I mean, it's fine. We have a different spot for them. Okay. All right. Nice.
Wait, do you have the other TVs, or?
Yeah. Where did you?
TVs do we have?
Working hard or hardly working?
I have. Two.
Nice. You're muted if you responded, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I am muted. I have two TVs.
Boy, I hope it's Pizza
How did you
Friday.
stack them so well, dude?
I pointed once, and then I didn't move my mouse, and then I just strafed. But yeah, getting it going was a little tricky.
All right.
You got a snack?
Oh, so sneezy. Okay. He moved. Oh, I am irradiated.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna make a few heals and then I'm good to go.
Oh, I think my heals got stashed.
Oh.
Oh, we have 8 in storage. Alright, thermite. Yeah.
Yeah, a snap mechanic for building would be nice. For sure. What the? You think you can come on? Oh.
Wow. 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 There he goes.
All right. Progress time, chat.
Okay.
Oh, also super random, but
Yeah.
when your construction gets to 20, you'll have a chance to get double TVs when you package them.
Oh, nice. Heck yeah. My construction is 17.
Oh, okay. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Close.
All you. I wonder if this like bypasses the. Seems like there's a lot of bots over there. I see 2 bots back that way.
Oh. You probably need them though, right?
Yeah. We can probably get to them from in here.
Mainframe. Oh. Oh, there's an idea in there. You see it?
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Level 5.
Wow. Rude. Okay.
Oh my god. Look at this thing.
Oh. Ooh. Nice.
Also level 5, man. We're gonna have to just go through this entire area again.
Attentive. I need his arms for repairs. Oh, where'd my knife go? Oh, there it is. Oh, they were working out in here. Nice. Volleyball. Tennis. Not volleyball.
What the?
Find a way.
Yeah.
What?
I thought maybe you didn't know where I was.
Oops. What the heck?
Something new to break? Actually, never mind. Got some motors and cogs.
So, have you seen this map where it shows a submarine going down?
No.
I think we're gonna go down in the submarine, I feel like. This water looks, I guess it's just lit. Yeah, you see that with the submarine on the right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. We're going into the abyss.
Yeah. Woo. Full water cooler. Well, I guess they're not as important anymore.
Nah.
Fridge. We gotta get down from here. Wait, there's a ladder from higher. Okay.
Make something out of the military MRE.
New lord.
Dr. Derek Mance reporting. I cannot say whether the reservoir is one of our great successes or an abject failure. When we brought back 0142 from Antiverse 13, we knew it was some kind of living machine. A biological engine. It was Wakeman who dropped a fragment into the reservoir. Accidentally, he claimed. The development of the organism since then has been nothing less than extraordinary. The logic by which this organism builds itself is almost impossible to discern. An interweaving of facets forming what Simmons called a citadel. We have reason to believe it performs some kind of processing function. But I would be the first to admit its operation is currently beyond our understanding.
I can't get into this vent for some reason. Can you try?
Where are you?
Stage. I was trying to get higher to get down into that. Oh, never mind. I got in the vent immediately. Okay. I was trying for like a minute. It was weird. But I think...
On a terminal.
Oh. Nice.
Oh, there is scuba equipment, apparently.
Oh. I think I found a way into the room that had the recipe thing.
There's a dark water cave. Apparently there's a monster hiding in there.
I'm getting accosted by...
I feel... Wait, did I read this before?
Oh.
Oh, wait, maybe this is the other computer.
There is an even more intriguing possibility pertaining to the XOR. There are indications they are not native to that realm.
Alright, I'm gonna... So did you found out how to get down?
Yeah, I've just been fighting dudes and
of
I'm
course
just
followed
healing
by
up.
the inevitable why.
But... Oh! Carbuncle.
Oh, you went down the lift, I think.
Yes. Yep. I opened the door out too. But I didn't find the thing yet. It's up here.
Interesting.
Oh, okay. This item sounds interesting.
Interesting.
Oh, did you inspect the void pack?
Yeah.
What is that?
Void pack. Good question.
Backpack?
Strange backpack with huge
storage.
capacity.
Hyper dense neural chip.
Yeah, we don't have that yet.
Or
Everything
the
else
laser.
we got,
We don't have the laser prism either.
We don't?
Don't think so.
Oh, okay. It's not the redirector. These things suck. Motors and cogs.
No, we used something else, I believe.
Okay. Anything else in here? Okay. Did you find anything elsewhere?
Oh, right now we're just here. No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we can go up this. I did not go here.
I'm gonna use the toilet.
Oh, we're just back up where we came in.
Okay. Okay.
Well, maybe one of these is gonna give us access to the Hack 5, I guess. Maybe we go to the transmission tower.
Yeah.
This doesn't really seem like we can get down there. Like we need the hack.
Maybe, yeah. Oh,
There's
I found an
robots
empty
that way
bed
too.
here.
Oh?
Yeah, Dr. Hoff.
Oh, maybe he has it.
Maybe so. He's got a laptop thing up here.
If you want to reach the portal in the neutrino detector,
could have opened that
you've
door.
got a rather long swim ahead of you. I wouldn't try it without equipment.
Oh,
and
without
the subs
equipment.
out of action.
Diving suit.
Okay. Nice.
I've seen something in the water, I think.
Oh, good.
Could be to do with IS-042.
042.
Or something else entirely. Right now, it's impossible to tell.
IS-042, the lost dog.
Oh, you talked to him more?
Well, we
If
already
you want
had.
to
He
reach
just
the
mentioned
portal in the
042.
neutrino detector,
And I
you've
see it in
got
our.
a rather long
It's a
swim ahead of
painting.
you. I wouldn't try it without
Oh,
equipment and the subs out of action.
I'm gonna open that little shortcut door. Okay. Diving suit. Coil winding, Kevlar scrap, rotary pump, air compressor. We can do that.
Yep.
Easy, easy. Wait, have we been to 3 here? It's one of those water towers or whatever that we can travel with.
I don't think so.
I may try to drop. All right. The bottom of this area. Wait, I feel like we have. That might be how we got in. The thermite door there. Where am I? Okay.
Yeah, it's just at the court. Oh yeah, we've been to this one. We've been to 3. 3 is the one that teleports us.
Okay, so we've done 2, 3, and 4.
And well, one is across from here. Right where we spawned in. Where we jumped.
Oh, my corpse is up top. Go back.
Oh, there's no waterway in 1.
Oh.
Well, you think we just go make the diving suits?
Yeah, I'm down for some diving suits. Do we need to grab anything?
Don't think so.
Okay. Let's double check up here. Oh. I guess we'd die if we fall here, but I see what looks like a new enemy? A new, like, human enemy. And there's an SUV!
Oh, wait, can you page?
Well, I'm looking down on it. There's also an ornate crate. I'm up here in the same area where the NPC was.
Okay.
But it is a drop down, so if we can reach that lower section. Oh, I don't know where you're at there.
Where are you again?
We're here.
Oh, right outside. Oh yeah, I mean we can just get there. Like we just we just go down here and then out.
Oh, nice. I didn't know. Ah. Okay, but see the new enemy on the right? I think he's new. He's got like a new pack. Maybe not. Maybe just.
I think we killed this guy once before.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh wait. Oh, he had the medic helmet. I never picked that up. But yeah, here's hey, you got that kit?
Oh, I do. Oh, you can drive. Surely this will end well. Oh wait, it's on the right side. Well.
Oh. Hold on. Let me get. All right.
Is it a little laggy again?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm a little worried these robots are gonna blow this thing up.
Oh, I think we've been there. That's that. We killed that robot before, remember? And then that's where we dived down.
Should we kill them though, you think?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's coming for me.
Ow. He's got melee. Oh god. Okay, alright. Oh, there's 2! Oh, good! Oh, Jesus.
This guy's gotta be low.
Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh, God.
Oh.
No! Wait, are you just down?
No, I'm dead.
Oh, they're coming after me. What if we run him down with the truck?
That's an idea.
Oh god. I'm gonna go for it. Maybe. Oh no, I'm in the passenger seat! I'm hiding. They can't open doors, surely. Oh. I don't know if they can open doors. Oh wait, they just lost me. Nice.
I'm almost back. How tanky is this man?
Oh, he's down! Look at all those freaking quills. Nice. Yeah, there's one more, but you don't have an ornate key, do you?
No.
There's a path down here.
You have space.
Yeah. Down and a path left. Where'd you go?
Can you take these?
Nice. Here, come this way. There's 2 paths to take.
Okay.
There it is. So the ground path up, and then there's a ladder down here. This leads to the same place here, but we can break this. I just never noticed this before.
Oh. Yeah, another level 5 hack. Oh. Right.
I just opened this gate. Are you...
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, locked door.
Oh, forklift.
Anything in there?
Oh, another robot?
Yeah. There's a maintenance access door on the left side of this building. Oh, you're here. Oh, it doesn't work.
Locked? Oh, it does work.
There's another robot in here. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh my gosh. Are you fighting that robot?
I'm fighting one over here.
Ouch.
Briefcase down. Waiting.
Oh.
Going. Oh. Wait, did he hit an alarm? Oh no.
Ruh-roh.
Bro, indeed.
Oh, he died. He ran into his fire or something.
Huh. Good.
Oh! He dropped something new. A toroidal power transformer.
Whoa.
Drop it here.
Did you drop it? I didn't.
Mhm.
Oh, there it is. Hmm. Oh, okay. More of the Cascade set. Okay. Grab some stuff. Nice.
Oh!
Back way. What?
Sorry,
Oh,
guy
no,
scared
you're good.
the crap
You're
out of me.
Oh. There was a chain link fence I think you passed. I'm on the other side of that. I don't see anything else of interest here.
You're outside.
Like I see you looking around, I think, in a room. Well, I went through a vent, that led me to this area. I don't see anything new here, really. Okay, I'm back.
There was some lore up there. I should.
Oh, there's a hole in the fence outside that I just almost fell to my death. But it doesn't
My
seem
concerns
like
about our
anything.
experiments with temporal perforations are increasing. Causality is even more fragile than we imagined.
Well, there's a bunch of
Someone
loot
can
here at
assure me that
least.
they know what they're doing. I may have to put Gate efforts in this direction on hiatus.
There's a warpy thing, waterway.
Oh!
I activated it here. Oh, I don't know if you came into this room yet. There's a robot as well.
Yeah, I see you.
You're above me, yeah. Well, I'm gonna open this. Well, maybe I shouldn't yet.
Oh, the power transformer's here.
Power transformer. Oh, the objective?
That new item we found.
Oh, okay.
There's
What
like breakable
Stupid
stuff.
Cube. I'm gonna put down a bed by the waterway thing.
Okay.
And rest.
Just want to make sure we have enough of the new material. Alright, I'm coming down.
Snap. Whoa! Oh, well, I backed into... Oh. No, I didn't.
Oh, there's a
You
door
need
we
an
can open.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Oh my.
Robot
I'm going in the frickin' water.
Oh, there's water. We can't reach the robot here. Oh.
Oh, the shortcut's right at the start.
Oh.
The waterway you open.
Oh god. Maybe we can make the robot kill himself. He's destroying a lot of things.
Dude, what? That is so bullshit, bro. How do I not hit him there a single time? That's crazy. I died. I missed like 5 sprinting attacks on this freaking sniper. I don't get it.
Oh no.
It's fine. I mean, I'm already back.
You're right there. Okay, cool. I'm just baiting this robot into attacking and seeing if he kills himself with his own fire.
The sprint attacks are not poop. I mean, they literally do like quadruple damage. Like, yeah, they're annoying to do, but definitely not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Like, it would take like 4 normal attacks to kill that guy and 1 sprint. The hitbox is jank? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's part of the balance of it, right? You need to be like really close. All right. Do you want me to come back? I can come help.
I think there's more stuff here. I don't know if he's actually hurting himself. He can't get in that room.
Oh. Wait, he broke a window.
Oh yeah, I guess we could jump in there. That makes sense. Oh, you're a hit. Oh shit. Right. Ah! Oh wait, is that like, is he gonna self-destruct?
Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, last hurrah.
Hmm.
He explodes. Loot spoil bag. I'm gonna take this duct tape.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there is more stuff here, but we have a shortcut now at least.
Yeah, we do. Picking up more materials.
I think I found a way in. I don't know.
That's fine. Into where the robot guy is, or?
No, up into this locked door. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
Did we check all the upstairs?
Yeah, I went up in like all the sections. It is possible there's something. I do feel like the game is kind of wants us to go get the. I think we need to get the diving suit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you want to go? Oh, I guess yeah. Go back to base then to craft that.
Yeah.
I want to see where this shortcut leads.
I'm just.
Aha. Okay, nice.
Legs are broken. I'm dirty.
Coming back.
Tired.
Unknown facility access detected. Caution 5.
An angry mob approaches.
Hey,
Torches and pitchforks. Uh-oh. Hexwood people? Or, Kanan?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. Buddy. I wonder if there's a door, like, at the very beginning in this cafeteria area that we haven't opened. Oh, there is. And there's a a waterway that goes to it. That's really cool.
Oh.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please
Not sure what these arms are used for.
security assistance.
I may have brought some farmer friends. Oh, it's a lot. Ooh, it's a fair amount. Oh, he's pitchforked me. I'm stuck. I can't. Wait, oh wait, I'm baiting them. Oh no, I can hit him. Never mind. Oh no, I almost hit the beast. I actually am stuck.
Anything else?
Oh. Oh yeah, can't open the door anymore.
I'm inside of the bee's nest, I think. No, no, I'm in.
I think you're also blocking the door.
Could you charge my personal teleporter for me? And then I can get out, I guess. Hey! Oh.
Might be best for you to just. Oh wait, no, you got down.
I can just harvest the.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh no!
Assistance? Any
Bees are-
I guess. Oh wait, there's an unstuck. Unstick. Yes. No. Rip.
Okay, the bees are attacking me again.
What?
Might need to res me.
Okay, gotcha.
Very strange.
Buzz off.
I don't know what the heck just happened there. Oops. Do it now because the soup.
Okay. Sneezes.
Yeah, you can change a bunch of the settings if you want to make it easier, harder, whatever. Your teleporter's on the ground. Here.
Oh. Oh. Oh, thank you. Had forgotten.
Plants are done.
Nice. Did you make any diving suits yet?
No.
Okay. I will craft one for myself.
Get out of my way, you bitch! God, these fucking NPCs are gonna drive me crazy.
Faster swimming. NPCs, please.
I know. Oh, they're so annoying. Did you make a second suit?
I just made one because I didn't want to like I don't.
No worries.
Make it yourself.
How's it going?
Hey, the base is fine. It's just the fucking NPCs getting in the way, okay? We didn't ask them to be here. It's a button to go to the previous recipe. Oh. You know, I find it funny that it's taken 50 hours for somebody to mention that. I was even wondering, and I said it multiple times. I mean, this is my fault for being blind, but like multiple times I was like, is there a way to go back? Do I have to keep searching it? And nobody said anything, so. Hey, Hyperion. What's up? I had a feeling there was a way, but I was just blind. Oh, okay. Alright, well, I got my suit. I'm ready to swim.
Alright. Nice. Yeah, I'm all set to go.
Let's do it.
Sweet.
Hey.
Do you think we swim around that? I guess we could go somewhere else. I don't know. I don't think we go to that one place we saw, right?
Where we were gonna die and we teleported away. I think that's where we gotta go, right?
Where I jumped in and then we swam really far to get to.
Oh no, because the ground there, you can't even go down. The ground there is super shallow.
Look at the suits.
Looking good. Do you know about the previous recipe button?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't been using that, and I just realized.
Sometimes I forget. But yeah, it's very helpful. Maybe I shouldn't. Yet. Not yet. Oh, I'm all dirty. Oh God! I accidentally
Goodbye.
Immediately died.
I will send the lift back.
That's okay. I spawned right up here. There's a really interesting thing way down there, though. Like a bunch of, I don't know, big outdoor area. Oh wait, my lift is on the corpse. I mean, my corpse is on the lift.
Oh.
Maybe. Maybe not. No, it's not. I need to take the lifts back. I'll be right back.
It's back at the start?
It's back at where the lift began, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff down there. Did you fall all the way down and splat?
No, it stopped me halfway.
Okay.
You died me.
Damn.
Kill zone. But yeah, I was thinking that while I fell. I was like, oh, maybe we take a peek. I'm just gonna refill my food real quick since I lost all that.
Yeah. Question is, where's
the bathroom?
Oh my god, this fucking character always fucking shit. He shits like once every like 30 minutes, bro. Now I'm sneezing. Why am I sneezing?
Okay, coming back. Did you figure out where we should dive?
I'm looking around.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember how we got to that spot.
Oh, you mean the shortcut back?
No, like the swimming spot.
Uh,
Oh, that was just when you jumped down to the sub.
Yes. We can swim around where the sub is and just see what's
Yeah,
there.
I'm just gonna jump. Oh, we probably should have made swimming goggles.
That's the thing?
Yeah. You can see better underwater.
Oh, well.
You know what? I'm gonna go freaking make.
Whoa. Auto salvager. I just saw that.
Has built-in swimming goggles.
Oh, really?
It doesn't say that it does.
I did see them on our faces, right? Oops.
Yeah. All right, fine, Chad. I won't fucking make them.
And that's why you thought about it, or?
Yeah, it's a little murky.
Yeah. So where did you go?
Well, I'm coming back now, but I went through the waterway on the right. I can't remember the number, and then I jumped off down to the sub.
I just noticed ladders at this teleport spot. I guess it's a sniper's nest. Okay. So you went down to the sub?
Yeah. And then I teleported away, but... Oh, I forgot to poop, chat. God damn it!
Oh dear. I really must use the restroom.
I don't want to poop myself. Hello.
Hello.
Do you want to go to the sub, I guess?
Sure. Yeah, let's swim around there. We can, yeah, tell me.
You move so much faster in the water.
Wait, what the heck? Oh. The thermite thing was back and then disappeared. Oh. So, wait, where are you at now?
I'm at the sub.
Oh. Sub is... I see like a little beach.
I've had a good look down here, and...
Abe, this submarine isn't going anywhere.
Oh, okay, I see the sub. Oh, there's like there's a fishing whirlpool here. Interesting.
Oh, there is a toilet.
Okay. I did see a little beach we could go to.
Oh.
Are you doing anything here?
Just pooping.
Ah. I'll swim over. It's like... It's kind of in the direction of that tower, but it's to the left.
Tower as in like the where we need to go, the reservoir, you mean?
Yeah. Head towards that, but then go left, and there's like a little beach location.
Oh.
Oops. Yeah, I guess. I'm gonna put my hazmat suit back on. Oh, did you see the cacophonous crate?
I did, yeah.
Where's my... Oh. Sewers. One of the pipes there, yeah. It's open.
Leads back out.
Oh. Have we broken these? Something similar. Yeah. Ah. Gem.
I may soon need the facilities.
Okay. We can go back to the water.
Yeah.
Oh, I heard something make noise.
Yeah, I heard that. I don't remember where we went down. Was it by the submarine? I'm kind of confused.
It was we went to the path that we were at recently, where it was like a satellite objective or something, and there was a flooded part of the facility. So that's somewhere else. It's near where our newest warp. I'm swimming on the bottom of this lake, just looking for anything. See if I can find that dog they were talking about.
All right. think this is... Wait a sec, where is this?
Oh, I may have found like the big trench. Oh, maybe not. Oh, oh.
Oh. Okay, well, I made it to the swimming spot again.
Hearing very slow, loud footsteps. Swimming spot is in like the... Oh, the underground one. Oh, yeah, I mean the flooded place. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna start exploring around there.
Okay, I found a hole in the wall down here.
There's a... Wait, where are you?
I'm in the big lake.
Okay. There's like a shortcut to the underwater spot by the sub. Yeah, it's the vent next to like the... It's close to the map of the sub.
Okay. I found an underwater, like a big hole in the wall that I'm now exploring.
All right. Time to actually make some freaking progress, dude. That's where we're supposed to go. Oh, there's lore in here.
I swam up. Oh, I found another shortcut that leads to the sub.
Oh.
That's good then. I don't know what it was a shortcut to, though. Okay, I'm gonna find that vent you were talking about.
Okay. It's by the right by the elevator.
Alright, okay.
Like big rectangular.
Yeah. I found it. Coming. Nice. Monitoring. Wait, did you climb up or? I went up ladders just now, but I don't know if that's where
There shouldn't be any ladders. You just go through a vent and then you go under. You go in the water.
Oh, I think I found our original entry point.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Like is underwater. What the? Hello.
All right. Oh, hello. Can we destroy these robots?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it made a... Yeah, I guess it would show the knife icon.
Yeah. The freaking lake is underwater with me.
Wow. Alright.
So I think I found the path here as well.
Oh. Hold on. I'm in that spot where we actually teleported out. Did you check all that up here? Oh, wait. Okay,
Yeah,
find you.
we gotta go through this door. Wait, no, not this. This door.
Aha. Whoa. Yay, air.
I guess you don't actually need the suit. You know where to go there.
Maybe.
Is someone there?
Probably for later, though.
Is this a robot talking?
Oh.
Wait, what the? Oh, it's a brain! Here's lifeline. Kylie.
You're part of the research team. I'm sorry. I can't see much at all now. Whatever happened, it shut down most of the lab's sensors. There was shaking, then the water, and then nothing. I've been waiting for days, I think.
Maybe she knows
Stewart, Dr.
the level
Wakeman,
5.
He was
definitely
working to free me, but what happened to him?
Maybe we take the brain
He was
and shove it into the
finished.
doors.
Don't leave me here. Please. If you can complete the neural bridge, I can transfer to hardware. Finally. Dr. Wakeman said it was almost ready.
Hyperdense neural chip.
Oh, wait, we might need this for the level 5 hacker, I'm guessing. It looks like...
So. Reservoir growth.
Powering down shortly.
8 circuit boards. That's easy. We just need to find the reservoir growths.
Operation. Have a safe and secure evening.
Lore.
I have immense respect for Dr. Wakeman's achievements, but I'm concerned at the limits, or lack thereof, on his robotics research. As far as I can discern, Wakeman has been given carte blanche to pursue a machine consciousness program. He's a poor communicator at the best of times, but if I understand his recent mutterings, he has incorporated elements of IS-0142 into his new water bot.
Water bot?
How he did this, whether its conversational ability is a charming trick or something more enduring, well, I'm not convinced even Dr. Wakeman knows.
We can talk again. You never know with these
Mhm.
NPCs.
Yeah.
It's dangerous. Stewart never pretended it wasn't. But if you leave me here, my chances are 0.
Okay. Wait.
You're wondering
Another path?
how I got here.
There's gotta be somewhere else we can swim. I don't think it's here, though.
Cage.
Yeah.
Well, no. And yes. When Stewart found me at the clinic, he gave me a way out. Another few months, and I would have died.
Alright.
Another few days' work here, and he would have succeeded. Stewart said the transfer destroys the substrate, the source, which I suppose is me. But whatever I was has no future. You know that, don't you? I don't know if Stewart's coming back. Please, finish the neural bridge. It's what he would have done. I'm sure of it.
Mondays, am I right?
Hmm.
Oh, I found a bug spot that is actually underwater or out of water.
Oh.
Hey, you got any food?
Hmm. Yeah. Curious.
Hey, could you spare a bite to eat?
There's like an unknown location out in the water too, it looks like.
Hmm.
If you look at the map.
Oh, yep.
All
Yeah, I'm guessing we
will be reset.
see neutrino detector is the thing that we could swim all the way out to.
1. Reset complete.
There is. We must be able to find like that trench, I think, and then swim down into the trench, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's the unknown location?
Could be. I think those are always portals, right? So there's probably somewhere we can activate a portal.
Yeah.
Jump out of here. Oh, there we go.
Hey, Chavias, thank you for the 18 months, man.
Going back to the sub.
All right.
Demonium. Oh.
There is a. Did you see the little jumper bug alien in the chair in the submarine?
No. That's funny.
Like in the front glass.
I went back to base, but I'm taking the tram.
Okay. There's an alarm going off by the sub. I'm not sure why.
Oh, you know what? I was thinking maybe we should grab the employee locator.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that could.
Helpful.
Yeah.
What do we replace the vial though?
Well, you just have it on us, right?
Yeah.
Just...
Yeah. For when you want to figure out.
Yeah.
There's got to be a suit that incorporates it, surely.
Because I imagine the level 5 hacker's probably tied to an MP.
Probably. I wonder if we drain the water under the other side of the dam and then we can swim down there.
Wait a sec. I think we need to go to the waterfall apartment. Oh, wait.
Apartment?
Maybe that's where we were, though.
Let me see the map. Ooh, Residence Tunnel. That's where we were supposed to go at the very beginning of the game. It was like the resident area. Interesting. I'm gonna keep exploring the area, the big lake, I guess. Like I said, I did find a hole in the wall, but I don't think it led to anything.
Safety protocols are suspended in this sector and all
This place is confusing, chat. Not gonna lie.
Oh, I can hear the waterfall under the water.
Oh, wait. I think we can make the long jump packs now.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I forget what we were missing.
And we have everything. Just a matter of... Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Is it foggy?
It's black fog.
Oh, shoot. Well.
Oof.
Where are you at? Are you back at base?
No. I'm not really sure where I'm going, per se.
That's fair.
Especially now that it's nighttime.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and go to the reservoir just on the off chance that, oh, whoa. What? Down to the whole mid thing underwater here, but... It's really hard to tell what's going on. Maybe it's an underground facility thing. Oh, I found a merkweed. Oh, gave me a recipe for clothing. Oh, and I found reservoir growth.
Oh.
Yeah. 1.
Where are
This
you
is very
exactly?
Subnautica. I can ping. I'm at the bottom of the lake.
Oh, okay. There's nothing
There's
here.
like a, I don't know, building or something. I'm gonna surface and then it should be directly below me. There is also the occasional very heavy footfall, and I'm not sure what it is, but I'll probably find out. Pager again.
I thought you could go. This. Oh no.
I'm gonna put myself down here. I don't, yeah. Are you trying to make it towards me, or no?
Yeah, I'm coming. I was checking out the other side again, but... Oh. Blind jump into the water. Can you page again?
Paging. Oh. I see you. Yes. To your left a little bit, right? Are you below?
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, now just head straight down. I guess the sonar sound is supposed to kind of guide you over here. Red cubes and merkweed. Oh, more merkweed.
It is so dark.
Yeah, it is. I think this is actually a path I found here. Oh, there's another reservoir growth. Oh, I found the inside of a building? Or maybe this is a ship or another sub or something. Oh, Layak. Uh-oh. Where the fuck? Oh god, I hear it, but I don't see it. Oh. Oh.
A building?
Yeah, it's like, I think it's, I don't know, building or a boat or sub or something. Oh, Jesus. Oxygen.
This is awful with this weather affected.
I have 3 reservoir growth.
Yeah, I found 6.
Whoa! Okay.
On like a big, like pit with a bunch of them in there.
Dang. Okay, nice. I feel like we need to go towards this sonar sound, and maybe that is some sort of central place? Or maybe that's just how we get here in the first place. May have everything we need here.
This probably wouldn't be so bad if we wasn't.
I mean, yeah, it's still dark underwater, but yeah, it is worse. Oh, found more?
This fucked shot.
More merkweed. Make sure we get enough for 2 sets of cold armor. Or cold suit.
I found quite a bit.
Yeah, me too.
Gonans. Found 17 merc.
Nice. Oh, I'm really close to the sound now. And it's doing a spooky sound.
Age.
Yeah, I'm having to go up for oxygen, but it seems like a bigger building.
That. Why are they doing it? Because, well, we don't know where else to go.
It stopped. Did it?
I hear that.
Oh, wait. Are we at the bottom of the... Oh, came back. I was wondering if we're at the bottom of the reservoir tower thing. My headlamp's about to die too.
You wanna just teleport back?
Yeah, but I'm almost.
You think you found it?
Maybe.
I can't tell. Honestly, I can't fucking.
I might have just been going in circles too, but. Yeah, I think we're gonna teleport back. We can just craft stuff.
So we got the cold. Oh, the snow pants give +2 cold resist and the code.
Oh, nice.
You need so, so much stuff for these. I'm making a long jump pack.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it's a backpack, right?
Oh.
Has the same capacity as the research one.
Oh, nice. You gotta check the void pack though. What do we need? Were we even close?
Stuff we don't have. Oh, wait. We had the hyperdense neural chip is one of them. Laser prism we don't have though.
The laser, right. I feel like I'm really close because I keep finding a whole bunch of new mercweed and stuff, but I don't know. It might just be more the same.
Yeah, this jump pack is crazy. I think we might need to go to Flat Hill again.
For what?
For the power cells, if you want one of these. I think you're gonna want one of these.
First things first, poop.
Like we might even be able to just jump to the reservoir.
Oh, what? Like jump up?
Like jump across to it or something.
Whoa. Let's see here.
Mercweed used in anything else?
We need to make the. Can we make the neutrino chip thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
But if you make, well, yeah, we should probably make that just to fix the brain, right?
Yeah. Yeah, fix the brain. I'll make one.
You'll make it. Okay.
Done. Yep.
Yeah, we need one power cell for your jump pack.
Okay.
I think we just go hit up Flat Hill real quick again.
Yeah, no problem. Just looking at the cold gear. Okay. So definitely need to farm some big robots.
Yeah.
Leather scrap, huh? There was something to dismantle for leather pretty easily.
Briefcase.
Okay.
Alright. The Flat Hill.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some food and recharge my headlamp. Surely this event will end soon.
I think it ends once the day is over. Yeah, it should be shortly.
Is your watch stuck on 2:30 p.m.? Oh, never mind. It moved.
Oh, right. We took the on the wrong way. Flat Hill is the elevator. I was going back to the train again. Can I make the night vision goggles, dude?
Alright. Start running Flat Hill.
You want night vision goggles?
Do we need power cells for that?
No.
Oh. If you're making something for yourself, just make sure, like, confirm whether it helps with the night event, I guess. If so, then yeah, I'll take some.
Yeah, this is not going to be the last time we see it. Right.
No.
Honestly, it's kind of bad. Yeah.
The night vision's bad?
Yeah, it's not that great. Maybe there's an upgrade for it or something, but I'm not even gonna take it with. That's a shame.
It could just be that it's that event that it doesn't work well for. Like, it could be good for underground or something. What was the shortcut here? In the
We gotta take the lift, the level 3 lift. Or did you already do that?
Oh, no, I'm in Flat
You're in
Hill.
Flat Hill. I see.
Yeah.
Are you at the first power cell yet, or no?
I remember now. This ladder that's opened up. I'm going basically straight to the third one, I guess.
Okay.
I need to open more shortcuts here.
Well, this place is normal. That's nice.
Oh, that's true. I mean, it's foggy, but yeah, just regular fog.
Wait, so do you get the first two? Because I can go get the third.
No, I'm at the third place. I'm trying to
You're
remember
at
how
the
we get in
syrup company?
Syrup company. I'm here.
This is where I am. Oh, you're right.
Oh, I'm right next to you. Yeah, I don't remember how to get in here. All these doors are locked.
Yeah, there's just one door that you can get in. I'll go get the other 2 power cells.
Oh, the jump back. That's nuts.
Yeah, this jump pack is so fun. Oh, gosh, dude, we're gonna literally be like jetpacking like Lethal Company by the end of this game.
Hopefully it's a little more controllable.
I died.
Oh, no!
That's okay. I think I can. Having too much fun with the jump pack. Once it
the smaller boys.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. Dude, this thing is so good, chat. Oh my god. It's so good. Oh, this jump pack is so sick, dude.
Nice.
I expect you to die a lot using this thing, though.
Can't wait. Alright, I killed one of these guys. I forgot they split. These things suck.
Oh, the frickin' shortcut door. With the cube, this thing is just sick as fuck, dude. Oh, so you just take the ladder here. Splints? Well, I can't break my legs because I have the bionic legs. You make it to the top?
I'm in the room with the big guy walking around.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure I opened shortcuts to get back. Okay, I'm at the top. There's gotta be a shortcut up here.
Invis wall!
I gotta run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Damn. Remember we needed these keyboards for something. We might need some circuit boards, actually. Oh, and you know what? I can get XP breaking these, so. Oops. Might as well do it. Am I almost level 13 blunt? Level 12? I guess you can't open any of these. I feel like there's got to be a way to. Oh, I wonder if there's gonna be. Don't answer this, by the way. But I wonder if there's gonna be an upgrade that lets you ride zip lines like backwards. Like a. Probably not. That would be kind of cool though. Like an electric.
Food. I'll be right back.
Okay. Is this where the power cell was? I guess so. Need more soup. What? Do I really not have another cooking pot? I guess I'll make one. I don't know what happened to it. Maybe Lobos has it.
This sector will be
Good.
powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Oh, you still get the speed even when you're heavy. Oh, this thing is so nice, guys. I love it.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm back at base. Dude, this jetpack thing, jump pack is so good. Like, it's a game changer.
Damn. Can't wait.
What can I use the grab seed for? Urkweed, grab, and something else. Grab, sack, potato. I don't think we have any potatoes. Fuck. Guess I could just make more of the... We need to plant more we need to plant frickin' tomatoes, dude. Boy, we have some tomatoes. Did I make it? Might make another plot.
You've trapped me, sir. Oh wait, never mind. I'm out.
Oh, sorry.
You're good.
I'm gonna make another garden plot and plant some tomatoes.
Nice.
Oh, I'll plant super tomatoes, actually.
I was wondering if we had any more, or like could get those.
Yeah, you just use the antiverse wheat. Not bad.
Oh, okay, nice. I'm harvesting. We have so much.
Yeah. What was it? Inkfish and... God, I don't remember the recipes at the mushroom.
Oh, am I running out of food?
I got some soups cooking up.
dear.
I wish that the thing would
I
put
don't
the stuff
feel
in
right
the...
at all.
Oh.
Oh.
I am radiated.
Yeah. We could probably make a radiation storage thing and then stash all that stuff in there.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure what exactly is doing it. Like, is it the food?
We got 4 sow skulls in there. We got Kiz Cola in here. Just a bunch of things scattered about.
Oleic essence, I think.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I think the ornate crate prevents radiation, so you can put radiated stuff in there. I think so.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm gonna take the employee locator. It's also in this
yeah,
crate.
I'll take that. Yeah, I got it. Wait a minute. Oh, I didn't realize the trinkets were... For some reason, I thought they were different slots. So I can swap the cube for the locator. I didn't think I could do that.
Yeah, I just hold the cube whenever I want to use it.
Yeah. I'm lazy, so I use the slots. My quick slots are all full. I'm gonna really quickly try to use the lantern to fish up a cord fish.
Okay. Anything else I need to get rid of? Mushroom. I'm gonna make some splints.
Another key, porcelain key.
Oh, do you trade it?
No, I got it off the small guy.
Oh. Okay.
Oh wait, do you still have the night effect?
No.
Or is it clear for you?
It's gone now. Yeah.
Yay, me too. So I'm gonna go to the pool.
I'm gonna get rid of the cartridge and...
Oh.
Honestly, I'm just gonna get rid of the thermite grenade too. Wait, what if the thermite grenade... What if... Can these... No, these Molotovs don't work the same as anti-thermite, do they? Because that would be crazy if you could just use these instead, but I doubt it.
This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
How am I still radiated?
I should probably locate a rest.
I'm still radiated? What? Not sure if being radiated is really all that big of a deal anyway, though. Okay, I am good to go.
Okay, I'm gonna catch one more fish. See if
you made the pack? Jump pack?
No, no, no. I
Okay.
made just the neuron thing for the brain.
Okay, you got the chip. Nice.
Yeah, I got the chip, yeah.
Alright. I'll be on the tram. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Okay.
I'll be right back, chat. Trying to think if there's like honestly, Chad, I feel like with the jump pad plus the cube, we can maybe just hover all the way over to the reservoir. I kind of want to try it. Hey, Dara. Thank you for the 111 months. That might be a bit overkill, but I want to try. You back at the base?
Yeah, I made the pack. I was just storing stuff. I just need to take care of my survival mechanics, and then
Alright,
I'll be good to go.
yeah, thank you for the 111 months, Dara. What's up, buddy?
All right, I'm coming
Okay.
to the lift. The tram. So Brain Lady, and then there was something else. I forget.
I want to try something crazy.
Okay.
I want to try to jump pad and boost all the way to the reservoir from the water tower.
Boost? How do you boost?
If you press space midair, that's how the jump pack works. Did you charge yours?
No.
Okay. Well, it should charge anyways.
Maybe it's like already a third charged or something.
Yeah, it doesn't use that much.
Cool. Oh, you can just keep doing it. Oh, I see.
Yeah, when it runs out though, it'll like when it maxes. So every time you do the boost, it like the red bar goes up. And when that maxes out, it'll have to go all the way down before you could do it again.
I see. Okay.
All right. For science, this is not gonna end well. I have a feeling, but. All right, here we go.
Well, yeah. Oh, the sniper on you. Oh my goodness. Well,
I made it.
I mean, is that what we're supposed to do?
I don't know, but I made it.
I did not make it. I guess I don't understand how the jump pad works. Do you have to
You
look
just-
up to get...
No, you just gotta keep doing it, like, as much as you can without maxing it out, basically.
Okay. Oh no. Oh, I see. I didn't have the cube equipped.
Oh.
I'm gonna go open the cacophonous crate.
Oh, yeah. Cool. You know, I think the employee locator works even if it's not equipped. Actually, I don't know. I can see you still.
Oh, yeah. I feel like I was also experiencing that. I have mine equipped though, and I couldn't see you, and I still can't see it. That's weird. I don't know.
Oh. Maybe when yours is equipped, it lets me see you.
Just like the pager.
Can you get back up there? Where?
Yeah, there's a thing I'm gonna climb here. I haven't climbed this, so I'm kinda interested in it. Oops. What? Grab the ladder, dude.
I had no idea you could climb up there.
Yeah, there's a ladder.
Got the perfect view.
Oh God, snipes.
Yeah, you're gonna get shot a few times doing it, I think, but...
Yeah, I almost died.
Are you at full health?
No, I'm gonna heal up.
What armor am I wearing? Scarab.
Was it super close, or did you have
No, it wasn't too bad. As long as you don't, like, max it out. Just...
Yeah. Hold cube. Here we go. Oh, I think I maxed it. Oh, wait. No, I didn't. Oh, I did. Okay. It like it juked me out like I had, but then it let me jump again. But I jumped prematurely because of that.
It's all good. Oh, okay, I see. You can do it, Lobos. You can do it, buddy.
Maybe I can't climb while holding cube.
Shoot him out of the air.
This ladder is not working.
I can see that.
It just doesn't work. It's bugged. What's happening?
Do you have the cube out?
No.
Okay.
Huh. Okay. There we go. Okay. Fixed it.
All right. Surely this is the one. Has anybody here in chat done this strat?
Dude.
Yes, always. I see. Yeah, this jetpack is so good.
Okay.
Or you got this, buddy. He's doing it! Yippee!
Stay warm. Of course. Of course. Oh. Crunch. Is there a shortcut way to get back up here? We just gotta do this every time?
Not sure.
Oh, wait. There's a path down here. Oh, this is an interesting room. Oh, I'm gonna fish here. Hold on.
Oh, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, there's a photon receptor. Oh my god.
Where'd you get this? Oh, in the wall?
Yeah. Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff.
Aha, laser emitter. Laser turret. Oh, we gotta break all these, huh?
And the keypad 5.
Yo. Damn, that's huge. Oh, people, you just said you normally enter here through swimming.
Oh. I wonder what all this laser stuff is for. Gonna be another laser puzzle, maybe, or...
I mean, the laser turret's just defense. The laser emitter was for the key card.
Yeah.
Or something else.
Yeah, I guess they're just crafting materials. Did you find any more photon receptors in here?
You can break the balls on the wall, and I imagine there's more in there.
Oh. Oh.
Dark water fish.
Well, I will collect while you fish.
All right, sounds good. There's a lot of those. And there's lore on the other side.
Use the laser pistol for this. Maybe I'll go get that.
Junk. Oh, I looted merkweed. Nice.
I don't think you need that many, though. Ooh, I'm getting melee XP too. Yo, Barb, thank you so much for the raid. Have you played this game before? Yeah, I've been really enjoying it. It's like a survival crafting game set in kind of like a Half-Life-ish universe. It's also like SCP, kind of like SCP. You played that? Yeah, it's been really good. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I'm just loot goblining it up. It's a really long game. We're like 50 hours in.
Okay. There are definitely some new things to butcher it for. Wait, eggs.
Some lore here.
Access for Cascade staff to IS-134 has been severely limited. Management at these farms, such as it is, have elected to fortify a mountain and lock the creature deep inside, seemingly in order to
Yeah, this game is really long.
This is a shame.
We're like halfway through the game right now, by the way.
However, as sightings continue, I admit with some indulgence that it may not be the only one of these species. I would love to get one here for direct study.
So all of these give glass too. I have like 150 glass, so good on that for now.
Excellent. I guess we need to craft the cold set, huh?
Craft what?
The cold weather set.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're saying this whole place is gonna be icy.
Oh, when we go through the portal, yeah.
Yeah. I want to see how we swim up in here. There's a ladder.
He pulls out the jump pad. No. Oh, that's enough, I think. Okay, I'm gonna go put all this stuff back.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back soon. Just gonna check. Ah, I opened a shortcut door out of here at least. Ah. Oh, it's like where the sonar was leading.
Oh, there's a shortcut?
Yeah.
Is it a waterway?
There's a waterway here. More reservoir cubes. Oh, yeah, we can actually see because it's not freaking dark.
I'm gonna make another crate. I am a loot goblin, by the way. For all of you joining from Barb, I probably pick up way too much stuff. Well, as you could probably tell with me smashing all those balls. And we make the level 5 hacker. We need a transformer bushing. We need one transformer bushing for the level 5 hacker.
Oh my goodness, I almost died here. Oh.
Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe there's one on the platform card.
Oh. Platform cart.
Nope. There's a lot of looting to be done in this game.
I think there's just an opening into this place from, like, where we were swimming around gathering all the cubes.
Oh, okay. Missed it. Can you can actually see stuff now?
Yeah, definitely better. I'm gonna try and see where it is in relation to the actual building. See if it's easy to find. Yeah, I don't know. I'm coming back.
Okay. I'm gonna go try to get that bushing. Going back to the area. I think the robots dropped them.
Yes. They were.
I think there's also destructible somewhere, but probably got most of them. Hey, Rose Tano, thank you for the 37 months, man.
Yeah, I think those...
Oh, and thank you for the 11 months, Barb.
Things had them. I'll chop up these dark water fish.
Hello, VI Knight.
Salt rock.
Oh yeah, you can just get more salt from that.
Oh, okay.
Like 2 salt, I think.
Glow eyes used in 1 soup recipe.
Oh.
And dark water fish fillet also in a soup recipe. Put the stuff in the newer fridge. Good gracious, that's a lot of eggs.
Yeah, we probably are good on eggs for a bit. Where did that waterway you opened go, by the way?
You're trying to get back to the...
I'm just curious.
Waterway I...
Had the sonar or something?
Oh, it wasn't like a waterway pipe like that. You just swim. I was just
Oh,
saying you
gotcha.
The garage door, and I think that's how you're supposed to get into that without the jump pack. Anyway.
Yeah, I understand. Five-player party. I mean, if you guys are all gonna be playing, the thing is, the game's really long, so like, oh my god, what is happening? Shoot. What the? What is going on? My goodness. Honestly, I think we could probably jump pad up to the interference tower as well.
Just skip the game. No, I'm just kidding. Where did you have salt rock somewhere? Anywhere like?
No, I only found like one.
Oh,
I just scrapped it.
Oh, okay, okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Oh my.
Okay. Oh, radiation, no!
God dang it! Dude. These freaking enemies, man.
Wow, wow, wow. Splits a laser into 3 weaker lasers. Hmm.
Get my body back.
Adversary!
And 61 armor is not enough. You guys do so much damage. Still.
Okay, so you're fighting robots?
Kind of. I was getting the jump pad back.
Okay. I'm gonna head that way.
Ouch.
force.
Raven back.
We shall annul thee.
Okay. I may have jumped up towards the tower.
Okay. Right, Skippa.
I mean, I still need the frickin' transformer. I guess I should just try to kill the robot. It would kind of mess me up, though.
Yeah. I'm arriving now.
Alright.
Do you have employee locator?
I do. I can... It's actually on.
Oh. Oh, we never opened the flow valves in the reservoir, which is a thing. Ah. Transmission tower. Okay.
Gotta be a better way.
Oh. Oh, Ratman. Ow. Oh, God, I'm not wearing bionic legs.
Are you in here?
Reloading.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, nice. This is... Wait a sec. Were we... We were in here before, weren't we?
Yeah, we have a shortcut here.
Gotcha. Oh, there's an NPC at the top.
Yeah, I see him from here. Where did you go to get,
Well, I didn't go to the top yet. Here, if you come to me, I have a plan.
I see you. Oh, lift?
I put a jump pad down.
Coming up.
It's like out on the balcony.
Wing. Oh, I see. You gotta get up on that part. I need to put my bionic legs on. Oh. Oh, right. We have jump pad thing. Did you need that or no?
Yeah. You gotta like boost around the side.
Oh.
Do it again.
Oops.
Oh no.
Oh, no, I get. I. Fine. I'll be fine. I don't need legs. I need to do it right before you get around. This is where there was a hole in the fence. Where there was something interesting, but I'm coming back up.
If there's a button. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, there's actually just a ladder. Up top. To get up top.
Okay.
Yeah, if you come out here,
oh.
You can just go up this ladder.
Overcomplicating things a little bit.
Yeah.
Radioactive interference.
I was trying to get down to reactors, but prudence dictated holding up here, as you may imagine. I can only assume you're here to utilize the transmitter for some reason. It appears the radiation is blocking the signal. Perhaps you could devise something to shield it, but I'm afraid that's outside my realm of expertise.
Journal. Navigate to journal. Oh, Jesus. Or people?
Oh man, there's a lot of fish in the frickin' journal. I don't know if you checked that.
Heck yeah, there are. There's a lot of places we haven't fished.
Yeah.
So. And there might be like rare fish too.
Ooh.
Oops. Oh? Who did that?
Eating.
Well, yeah, I put the full stop bleeding suit on. I invested in this. Wait, I'm still bleeding. 1, 2, 3, 4. Healing light and heavy bleeding. Am I bugged? What?
So we gotta build something to prevent the radiation. I don't know if we have that.
Can we break this? Ooh, is this new?
Oh, did you get one of the items we need?
I got a bushing. Is that what we needed?
Yeah, I think that's what we need for the hacker. What about this
Bushing,
door
winding.
over here? Is this open?
Yeah, this is the whole place. Locked.
All hydroplane personnel. This sector has been designated an official defensive boundary. Safety protocols are suspended in this sector and all zones beyond until further
Okay,
notice.
I'm probably gonna die here.
Thank you
Oh.
for your understanding.
Yep.
Hostile.
Heck.
Location empty. That is Joe. Feed is a liquid.
So I guess I'll just go back and make the hacker. Oh, I'm gonna take that. Can I loot your bag? I don't think I can.
I don't think so. Okay.
Oh no, I actually can.
Wait, where did this elevator go? Interesting.
Oh, we should do the brain, I guess, before we go back.
And we also, well, I don't know if we can yet, but the objective at the actual, the reservoir that we jumped over to. Because I think there's something we do there, unless we're missing an item for that.
Yeah, the flow valves.
I see where this was. Wow, I could have run here this whole time. Oh, there's a ladder here. Oh.
Hey.
Hi.
Oh, you can break this.
Yeah. I was doing that, and then I got attacked by Invisible Man.
Oh, there's a robot. You want to kill this robot in here again?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Am I bleeding?
Holy. Oh, he's doing his final.
Oh yeah, he's gonna die.
Hope he doesn't destroy my briefcase.
Nice.
Very nice.
All right, shall we go to the
Rain Ladies, the underwater path.
by the submarine, right? Yeah, I think we
Yes.
go this way. And then jump down.
Oh.
Oh yeah, right over here.
Oh, okay, nice.
Never really thought about having multiple teleporters set up. Does seem kind of nice,
Yeah,
honestly.
you said we were doing this area all day, and so far you're right. So I think if you look down here.
Okay, I know a quick way to get there, but
Yeah, the vent.
oh yeah, this.
So I think if we drain the water, like the flow valves might flood that, and then we can.
Yeah, the flow. Ooh. Wrong way. Oh yeah, we got to go up.
Yeah. He looks so silly, like crawling around with the flippers. Oh, there's a zombie there.
Ah.
We're back.
Okay. Hope I brought it. Kylie. Wait, I got a trinket. Experience gain increased. Oh. I thought it was you.
Okay.
Is she... Oh. Huh. Here. Kylie.
Can be upgraded at a bench eventually.
Oh. Okay. That's
Oh,
promising.
you want to go back and I can make the hacker?
Let us. Oh man, yeah. You can make the hack 5. Like, whew.
Yeah. Then everything opens
So many
up.
things. Did we? Will we have enough stuff for the cold weather? No, we need a lot of stuff for that.
There's some cold resist you can get by upgrading the carapace armor.
Yeah. The coat we can make pretty easily. We just need more leather. The pants take 6 bushings. Oh my god.
There's got to be a better way to get them, or there's going to be like an area with a ton of them. I imagine.
Maybe
Probably that the Keypad Hacker 5 takes you to.
Yeah, maybe.
Do you want to hold on to the hacker? Since I've had it
Hey, yeah.
this entire time. I have the tier 5 one if you want.
Sure. I don't really care, but if you're tired of doing it,
I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter either way.
No, I'm not. I don't feel robbed of any experience
Yeah.
from not pressing E on the.
Yeah. It'd just be nice if they were a bit easier to make, like a second one of. So you really.
Yeah. Or if it was just like some sort of just global run lock that was like, now you can just do it.
Yeah.
It upgraded our, I don't know, underwear.
Also, we got a containment unit for IS 91.
Oh? 91. Oh. Layak. Huh. Do we capture him and then he poops out essence all the time, or? Oh my
Yeah,
God,
I don't know.
So many eggs, dude.
Maybe we do that. Well, do we have the supplies? Seems like it's quite a bit. Oh yeah, we don't have enough antiverse gems.
Hmm.
There's something that you can. I think you can get them from one of
Yeah,
the converters.
Another big storage.
How's it going?
Dude, you need reinforced hose for frickin' everything. It's ridiculous. I probably shouldn't have made those circuit boards. It doesn't matter.
I'm using a fair amount of duct tape, so just if you see any, feel free to pick it up.
Yeah. Also, well, so sort of a back seat, but it is a pretty nice quality of life thing.
Okay.
The teleporters can be synced, like each teleporter can be synced to a different bench, apparently. So, you know, we could set up benches at portals so we can go to like a world, like, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Super easily.
So we just make
Just something to
actual-
keep in mind. You can kind of do it like Valheim, I guess.
Sure.
I don't mind like going around the facility too much though. I feel like you can generally get back pretty quickly.
I haven't felt inconvenienced.
Yeah. I guess the only thing is the trams are like a little slow, but even that, like, I don't really mind.
They're good opportunities to take bite of food.
That's true, actually.
Let's see.
Hey.
I'm going to make a puffy coat.
Ooh.
Cold resist. Is it armor slot? It is armor slot, which is a little awkward. Hopefully we don't have to fight anything out there.
Does it give much armor?
No. It's like 4 for the chest piece.
Gotcha.
Damn. Okay. I mean,
what
are
else
you
I
ready?
need to do? Yeah, I think so.
I guess we just go hit up some level 5 doors.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many doors. Do you want to do the one at the lift?
That's in the containment or the
labs.
Right?
Yeah.
Labs. Sure. I'm running.
Yeah, I'm really curious. That might take us to like a new portal or something, new zone.
Yeah. I think it will. Where was it at? All the way up?
Yeah, all the way up by the turrets.
Okay. Can we... Wait, how does this work? It's mostly horizontal, not like vertical.
It does give you more speed though.
Yeah, true.
If you have the cube on, it's definitely like worth to just use it.
Yeah. Why did it...
Yeah, that's weird. It is a coffee pot full of soup, yes.
Oh, we can get off the one before for next time. Looks like. Oh, this door. Oh, shoot.
Clearance insufficient.
How do I have sufficient?
You gotta equip it.
Oh. Now I see why you gave it away. Oh. That's my first achievement. Hack a door or other security feature.
Oh, dude.
Oh.
It's a mirror world.
World.
I bet we can go in there.
Is this where all the Kickstarters names are? A reflection of another reality.
Oh.
Interesting. Oh, IS 855.
Guess you could just build a base here.
There we go. The world in the mirror. Review position and confirm bearings every 200 meters if progressing further than 500 meters from the primary egress point. Establish satellite beacons every 25. I don't know if it's just ever expanding. If we run like 200 meters away, we're just gonna disappear. I wish we could bring a car in here.
True.
Oh yeah, the jumpies. I'm getting flashbacks to your Curiosity stream.
Yeah. Oh, you vanished.
I portal.
Oh, yeah.
I saw you for a sec. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, you also.
Yeah, it teleported me.
I wonder if there are any things we can see in the distance and run to.
Yeah, I was looking for that. It seems like it's just a base spot.
Is there power?
Yeah, there's a socket right here.
Just one.
Just one, but I mean, well, it's probably. I mean, that's like the facility power, right? So I guess you just need to use a bunch of like plug strips. Just chain them together.
Oh. Curious. I'm gonna go this way.
I mean, to be honest, despite chat backseating, like, it's pretty obvious that it's just a base. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back in a sec.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we got level 5 security. I'm back. All right, I'm back.
Okay, I jumped out.
Are there any other level 5s that we could think of before we go to Hydro Plant? This was really the only one I could think of.
Yeah.
Wait, the unknown location is still... See, it's still marked?
Yeah, yeah. It's okay, so it's near the big circular room. So I'm gonna try and match it up with this. There's no circular room on this map, like the bigger map. Oh wait.
The map is kind of confusing.
Yeah, it doesn't really match up.
No.
Yeah, I don't remember like any of those geographical features on that map.
Yeah.
Can we get this guy to stop moaning? Hey! Oh. This one actually finally opened, and it just has space lettuce in it. Interesting. I wonder if there's some other containment cell doors that can open now. But also, if we can just go to the next place. the other tier 5 places. Hold on. I'm gonna go check one floor lower. The one that opened had some symbols on it. Oh. Oh, this is package. The lost dog.
We can take this?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a big paint.
That's the one they warned us about in that area. Yeah, we can't let him out. Sorry, buddy. Oh god.
So you can actually cancel, like, yeah, if you do it close to the ground, it'll like cancel the fall. Pretty nice.
How about this one over here? 94? No.
And then through the top of the ramp is just the hydro plant, right?
Yeah, it's the moonfish area and then hydro plant. I found the cart.
Oh no, it's the security sector and then hydro plant, I think, right?
Oh, with the yeah, the realm, the night realm and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Was there a 5er in there? I don't think so, but I don't know.
I'm just like looking where things are and trying to understand where that portal might be.
Yeah. That circular room. I'm like, what the heck is that? It does seem like it's opposite the lab, because all of those quantum like resource exchangers, those were all in like that lab area. So
yeah.
I don't know. The only thing I can think of the farthest right part looks like is where we got the bell, you know, that dude's like storage spot.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be that, and we just need to look around there. I'll run over there and see what I can find. Melee weapons are so trash without the running attack.
Yeah. On top of the bell room.
Oh, you're there. Oh, interesting. Oh, wait, the Curie block? Oh.
Yeah, so that's the wall.
Oh, there's a ladder down here.
Oh.
Oh.
No swimming.
The
Wait, it looks like there's... Oh, no, probably not.
Probably not, but there's a no swimming sign in the other place too.
You should go down.
Yes.
All right, I'll let you go first. I feel like you're gonna die, to be honest, but...
Here, I'll just drop my...
Do you have a bed?
Everything.
Oh, okay.
I do have a bed. Oh, yeah, I do have a bed, actually. Wait, but that's not gonna... I still need to drop my inventory here.
Your pants almost flew off the ledge.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you. Well, I got into the water, but it's electrified. So if there's a way...
It says you were lost to the abyss, though.
Outside of containment. Return them immediately.
Interesting.
Have an efficient and effective evening.
Okay. Well, interesting though. Like,
yeah.
Wait, jump up here? No.
I mean, we can jump. The jump thing, we can go.
Oh, wait. You mean like... Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the bed again.
Okay.
Sorry, I cannot, like, update my brain to recall that we have a jump pad at all. Like, or a jump pack.
The Tarask is incredible, but we had to make sure it couldn't reach the other specimen. If they managed to, well, you know, the energy released would be unthinkable.
Okay, so I landed on a box here.
Oh.
So...
Okay.
Oh, loading? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, okay, but there,
Oh, the
I think
Tarask is back.
Oh. I guess if you want his skull for the...
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Making you crash out. I don't know where it is, man.
Oh,
In
man,
here?
now I can't see. What the heck?
I feel like I remember a level 5 door in like a containment block or something. Am I close, chat? Am I hot? It's on the high. Lobos is just permadying.
This might be something we can come back to after we, like, if we drain water.
Yeah, maybe.
There is a, there's like a forklift at the bottom of the water, so I don't know.
My chat is saying there's a level 5 door around us. They're not telling me where. They just said there is.
Boy.
For what do you seek? So be it.
I don't hate
What
backseating.
about
I'm
by the
just saying.
tram? I was
So
gonna go
be it.
explore near the
Yeah,
tram and then... Oh,
Yeah, yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Maybe it's... Hold on, maybe it's up here. Oh, maybe it's at Helmholtz. Oh! I found it! It's by all the zombies.
Okay. Believe it or not, I had actually... Oh, wait, those... okay.
It's across the gap again, dude.
Oh. I'm here.
The place in here, right here.
Oh my god. Alright. Wait, where? Zombies? They're really good tools. We were friends, those zombies. Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
SCP arcade machine.
This is Dr. Derek Mance. Despite the obvious risks, IS-083 has become a regular lunchtime haunt for several staff members.
Space Queen.
They call it research.
Oh, play arcade game.
Such as this, there needs to be some lenience, I suppose.
Enter this portal.
so long as no one forgets to close the door.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, it's like...
Lion fish. Huh. I brought my coat. Face clean. Oh, there's a coin.
I see one crown.
Hold on. One crown?
Yeah, up on the ledge there.
Is the coin different from a crown? Oh,
Yeah.
I got a royal coin. Okay. I need to be right back. Our hour-long burrito order got canceled, so.
Oh. Okay. This is a cool place. Oh, my equipment doesn't work here. Oh. The bomb. What the? Die, dude. Okay. What the heck, dude? I'm sorry. Leave me alone, man.
This may get awkward.
Oh, that's great. Oh, I don't die. Well, that's good. What does this say? Bop on top of their head might take care of that. Good. This level's so strange. What the? That's crazy. Yo, not Professor. Thank you for the 34 months. Oh, that's great. Oh. God damn it, dude. sleepy, man. No, I don't think I'm cold. Oh. Well, this cube certainly makes this a lot easier.
When did I last sleep?
Okay. Sorry.
Welcome back.
How you doing? You get all the crowns yet?
No, I found one. Definitely use your cube here. Helps a lot.
Knock on the top of their head and then take care of that.
Found 2 crowns so far.
Are you actually supposed to Mario bounce these boys?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh, black gunk. And a spicy pepper. Interesting.
I didn't know you could just sit. Well, that certainly helps.
I see a bunch of coins.
We got a 3rd crown.
Spicy pepper.
I can barely keep my eyes open.
Snowballs, huh? Hmm. Snowballs.
I found 5 crowns.
Nice. I'll go for coins. I mean, oh,
All right.
okay. That ice hurts.
Okay, you got the 6th crown. Not sure where the last one is, though. Can you go in that building where you are?
Yeah, there was like a fiery boy that I bounced on.
When did I
There's a
last
coin at the top
sleep?
of this thing. There's also a power outlet in this this igloo. What happened to my jump pad forever ago?
Like this does not work. There's a big platform off to the side. Not quite sure we can get there though. Oh yeah, do you have the bed?
I do have the bed, yeah.
Okay, I'm coming to you.
But can't you also just respawn at the portal entrance?
Yeah.
Oh. But if you're trying to redo them, what did you want to do?
I'm just about to die from like.
Oh. I'm bouncing on this guy. Oh. Okay. I'm coming. Yeah, there you go. Killing big boy. No rule of 3? Oh. Well.
Oh, you're killing the big, the big guy.
I knocked him off, so I guess he's dead. But...
Yeah, I don't know where this last one is. One of the crowns was like hidden off the side ledge.
Okay. I mean, the big guy says the crown is mine. Did you get one from this area? Oh, he's dead. Uh-oh. What did he drop? No.
Yeah, I got the one I saw before I died.
Oh, there's a crown here.
Oh, nice.
I think it's for killing the guy. But do you need to get it?
I imagine it doesn't matter, but I can grab it just in case.
I haven't been getting any crown progress or anything. This is the first crown I've seen. Eat and drink. Whoa.
Oh. Beam.
Beam?
You see the beam?
I don't see a beam.
Oh.
There's so many coins. Is it an exit beam? Whoa!
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I can see that. Oh, bye. What?
See ya.
Are you in another level now or something?
I'm just back outside by the machine.
Oh, okay.
I found some snowballs in there.
Yeah, I found some snowballs. I need to get the bed and then I'll come back out.
Oh, I grabbed the bed.
Oh. Okay. Oh my. Oh, I think I'm gonna die anyways. You found like the bounce pad on the side of the mountain that you. Oh. It goes to a little room or no? Was that a crown spot?
I'm not sure. Yeah, there was like a bounce pad pretty far down.
Let's see.
Oh, apparently because I finished the world, now I can use a jetpack here.
Oh.
But, so is there more? Can you pick up the crowns too, or what? It's weird that it... Like, are they...
I mean, I just get the coins.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of the crowns.
Yeah, no, they're definitely gone for you then. Yes,
oh,
I
see the beam now.
I know I can go to the island. Please stop with the back seating. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm just bouncing out. Whee! A chilling chapter.
Yeah, come back in.
Oh. Oh yeah, yeah.
And then if you come up here, there's an island that we can jetpack to, I think.
Mmm.
At least it looks reasonable.
Snowman, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I am almost dead.
Your health, or?
Yeah, my health.
Okay.
Did you jump straight up the snowman?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
You can just jump pack, like, over and over. With the cube, since it's low grav here.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Alright, you see
Hi.
it?
That one?
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's do it.
No ball. Oh. Power socket.
Oh.
Oh, what the hell? Oh. Ah, Easter egg? Mmm. Kill it.
Birdie.
Burb. Can't interact with it. Broke my leg. To get over here.
You want to go back to base real quick?
Sure.
Then we can just head to the hydro plant.
I'm gonna try and hook up the burb to the power. Okay, I can't. Alright.
Oh, wait, I have the... Oh, wait, the royal coin and royal crown can be scrapped.
Yeah. One's the goop.
Gunk.
Then the other's gold?
Digital
ore. Interesting.
It's supposed to be like crypto.
Hey,
No balls are melting. Yeah. Get out of my way, lady. Dude, what is this? Why is it? How do I... I found a spot for the painting.
Oh. Oh my god. It's huge. Amazing. Wow. See if Layak likes
Wait,
it.
maybe I could go here. Hold on.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, I'm starving.
Plenty of soup.
Oh. You got the figurine. Nice.
Beautiful. Oh yeah, I need to... Oh. Our plants are dead.
Which ones? The main ones?
The eggs.
Oh, these. I just went and filled the water and then didn't do anything.
Oh no, the tomatoes are dead. Oh, the Nick shade is dead.
Oh,
Whatever.
no. All right.
I mean, we have the plant though, right? Can we like scrap the thing to make more? Oh no, the Charasphere. No, I guess you can't.
Oh.
That's
Oh, well.
okay.
Yeah. We got enough.
Yeah. I want the super tomatoes, man. I'm planting more super tomato seeds.
All right. And then hack door, the new hack doors?
Yeah.
Finally?
Yeah. All right. Anything else I'm forgetting? Grab a syringe. I'm good. All right. I think I'm good to go.
All right. Okay. Oh, wait. I just got a toilet, and then I'm good. Okay, I'm heading to the tram now. Also, the chili pepper buff. I wonder how long that lasts. Royal Flush. Because we could get that and then go into the cold realm. Maybe not get as many, take as many cold clothes.
Sorry, I'm getting sick.
You're good.
All right, it's time, chat. It is time to frickin' open these doors. There's so many doors to open.
Yeah. I don't even know where to begin.
I mean, the void bag is cool, but the jump
Running
pack is
like,
just better, I feel like.
The original shortcuts, like the door shortcuts.
Yeah, we can just progressively make our way through here. I know there's one right up here.
Like at the bridge or whatever. I think
near
we
water
go up
tank 2.
Oh, that close. Let me see.
I'm right on it. I think it's a shortcut?
Looks like it. Climb up to. Oh, what if it goes back to the base? There's that one at the office.
There's a
Sneak
cop.
Spot. Oh. Huh? Okay. Wait.
Oh, wait, we got this, but we never. Wait, maybe the door was. Huh.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we could go in here already. That's weird.
Well, there's a door right here.
I think that one's open, right? Oh my
well,
goodness.
there might be one in here to open the gate, though.
Yeah. Oof. Yikers.
Maybe you just open it on the other side.
Yeah, probably. I feel like we haven't been in this area in a while.
Oh, there is one door over here by like the robot that we saw that first shot at us.
Ah, I found the keypad door. Coming through that door because I think that gets to you. Oh,
I think so.
You're shooting the big guy. Oh, I'm gonna open another keypad door. Oh boy.
Oh my.
Well, they have this guy pinned, so if they never run out of ammo, we can find out if the big guy dies. Oh my god, what has happened? Oh, hi.
Hi. Yeah, there's
Oh,
one
you got
door
it.
up here, but like past this robot.
My first frag grenade. So I opened this gate here and the other side of the gate.
Oh,
I
nice.
see the door. Heck.
Oh shit.
I was like, didn't pay attention to that sound. Alright, I'll be back.
Yeah, you're close by it, sorry.
I just used to heal too.
Oh, he died. Nice.
Yeah, that's why.
Oh, right.
I ran in like, but he was already exploding.
Oh, I think the keypad that opened the door was just right above this one we opened. It's dark. Is that the one that you did?
No, I didn't do this one.
Oh, okay.
But it might be the same. There might be 2 keypads. No? It didn't close the door.
There's one here, like a tower. Another tower.
Yeah. We haven't done that long bridge, have we? Wait, maybe we did.
We might have approached from the other way. Yeah. I think that's where we used the thermite.
Yeah. Oh, what the heck is this? Oh, just a sparking robot. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, is he dead?
Yeah, you one shot.
Perfect. Oh no. Ah! Stupid cube, dude.
Other robot. Oh, there's a power cell in this truck.
The sniper.
Oh, that was quick.
Oh, yep. Oh no. Demon skull. Oh, I'll drop your bolts. Okay.
Maybe we can do this door? Well, you can. We've been past this anyways. I think.
Yeah.
That's just where...
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can open it. Oh.
Yeah, we went through a little vent to bypass this door before.
Mm-hmm. Beep.
Maybe we do need to just go through the portal where we...
Oh. There's one in the room with the other robot. I don't know what that would open. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. That was a terrible position.
heavy. But do you want your bed back?
It doesn't matter.
I'm red. Wait.
I'm hacking this pad. Okay, I must do something. I don't know. We already did or something. I'll take the bed. Did you go through the? Oh no, you're there. Yoink.
Good morning. Attention, all hydroplane personnel. This sector has been designated.
I don't remember if there's any up here.
It was just where the locked door was, I think. And then there was like the radio tower that we need to for the transmission tower.
We also need to do the reservoir to see if it drains.
Yeah, maybe we should just go back to the reservoir, I guess.
I'm gonna take this waterway.
Yeah. The sniper's dead, so I don't think he'll shoot us this time.
I'm just gonna go in the water entrance.
Oh, gotcha.
I see snipe happening. He doesn't shoot you if you're underwater. Which is nice. We'll see how easy it is to find that entrance. I don't know if we need more of these reservoir growths, but...
Oh my god, you can actually see stuff.
Oh! Hey, the dog is here, or whatever. It's a giant shark thing.
Oh.
I am behind it. It's not attacking me. Yet. Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, god.
Alright.
Did it eat you or something?
It turned and one-shot me.
Oh, okay.
I'm interested, though. I don't want to kill that thing. Don't tell me it put... Oh, it put my pack up on the tower. I guess it's fine.
The entrance to this thing.
Oh, my food's here. I'll be right back.
Maybe this is the way. Someone's gonna tell Ella about skipping this section. Probably, yeah. Aha. Just I guess there's two different ways in. Seems like the box guy's underwater.
Hi, I'm back.
Hello.
Where are you at right now?
I'm at the top.
Ne tirez pas!
Of the reservoir place?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's just a button we didn't press.
Yeah. I figured there was just something like that.
Ah mince! Je suis passé par le portail depuis vos soirs. Les soldats n'étaient pas ceux qui semblaient être. Ils tuaient tout le monde. Je me suis échappé de justesse.
What'd she say?
I don't know.
Swimming up here the normal way. It's so convoluted, though.
Are you coming up the reservoir?
Yeah, I'm just about there.
I think I might just jump in the portal and see what it's like.
Okay. Oh, I put up my cold wear. Why did I do that? Oh well.
Well, snow gloves aren't that hard to make. There's got to be a better way to get these.
This button?
This button doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. All right. Wanna jump? Whee!
Oh, not even cold.
Huh.
It's absolutely Siberian.
Oh.
Oh.
I can't go
Never
on.
mind.
Too
There's a portal back.
cold.
Okay.
I'm actually fine with 2 cold resist.
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna go get my.
Your coat should be enough. Yeah, because that's 2,
Yeah.
I think. Maybe it gets even colder deeper inside.
Target!
Need warmth.
18 damage? Why are the shotguns? Maybe it does like. Oh.
Stop!
5.56 ammo. It's pellet damage. Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, I have like 120 shotgun ammo, so maybe we'll try to use this thing. Got a shotgun from one of these guys.
Oh, dang.
Yeah.
I'm so cold.
Oh, maybe this helmet. What can I drop? I don't think we need that many sensors.
I see you moved to the painting.
Yeah.
Coming back.
All right. So 2 cold resist.
Delivered some
I thought it was enough.
And also black gunk. Interesting.
Also, I thought 2 cold resist was enough, but I'm not sure.
Oh, I have 3 with my helmet.
Yeah, I figured I was okay, because I mean, I'm not taking damage.
I'm so cold.
Why did it take so long to load 2 bullets? What the fuck is that? What?
Almost back.
Okay. My shield? Oh, my lodestone shield?
Did you put the bounce pad anywhere?
No.
Oh.
Well, I was gonna jump, but then the snipers were shooting, and I just took the water path.
Oh, okay.
Always load 6 bullets. Oh, that's kind of dumb. Oh, this is the unknown location. Cool. I'll wait for Lobos before I go up the lift. My reloading isn't that high, but it's okay. It's level 8. Guess getting 10 would be nice.
I'm so cold.
I guess while Lobos is coming, I can practice reloading.
He's just swimming around now. Spooky.
Does not level very quickly. Oh, how much XP does this give? Because we got 23 for that. 26? Okay. Can hold R to unload. Oh. The mag bow. I don't know how to unload it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. We should probably put a bench, or at least set up the jump pad so we could just jump across. Definitely a lot faster.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Slightly less painful way to do this. I mean, I'm just doing this because I'm waiting for Lobos to get here.
Gotta put on my cold resist. Hi.
Hey, been reloading my crossbow on repeat for XP.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
I don't want to do the whole area without Lobos.
Danger. You can climb down a ladder here.
I'm gonna check. Does it seem to go down a lot?
There are ski lifts, so maybe, but I don't know if we can actually go down right there.
Okay. I want to look up first.
Yeah.
I can't go on. Too cold.
Oh, there's a guy with a riot shield out here. You been fighting those?
I think I've maybe killed one of them. Not sure. Ooh, Xantharium rice. Been needing that for a while, yeah. Get that planted.
Oh. Dang. Oh, the riot shields can be scrapped for carbon. Oh, I knocked him. Oh, a new rifle? Patois rifle. There's a kitchen knife here. I don't know if you need kitchen knives.
I'm good.
Okay. Oh my. Oh my god. Holy. Where are my fear? I put away the fear grenades.
Reloading.
There must be a guy. Oh yeah, he's up.
Throwing a grenade, careful.
Okay.
Replayer.
Wow. What? Oh, you froze. Whoa.
Combat knife.
Nope. Bastard. Combat knife. Ooh, that sounds maybe nice. Damn it! Nice. Sheesh.
All these riot shields are heavy. I wonder how much carbon you get from them, though. Good night, Durjan. Zip line.
Well, the coffee helps with the cold temperature. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell?
So heavy. Why am I so heavy?
Oh, you're downstairs. Okay. That guy just will not relent with that shooting. Oh, you can upgrade this shotgun too.
Yeah.
Oh, I unlocked the door down here. Radiation.
Yeah, there's a zip line out there. Our equipment doesn't work here.
Yeah, no jumpies.
I mean, I've chopped them up. They don't really give anything. Knife is good, though. Anything else up there?
Not yet.
Well, I guess we haven't made it to the very top, have we?
No, that's what I was gonna look for. Oh wait, there's a door with arrow pointing up over here. Well, the sniper can be upgraded now too.
Ooh, Transformers.
I can't go
Yeah, there's one
on.
on the other side too.
Too cold.
Gives us the bushings, which we really need.
Yeah, two over here.
Oh, there's even more. Oh, yeah.
Nice. Three, holy cow.
I can't go on. Too cold.
finally.
Reno mapper. I don't need this helmet. Found a neutrino mapper in here. Oh, there's multiple.
Oh, nice.
Here, you can pick them up if you want. Oh, the lantern reduces radiation.
What?
The neutrino lantern.
Oh, dang. OP.
Oh, shoot, I got gloves with cold resist from chopping this guy.
Oh.
24 armor. Plus 1 cold resist. Yeah. All right, I'll try to chop more bodies.
Okay. Something happened to my knife. Oh, actually, I can go get a knife downstairs. Let's see here. There's like an email about what they thought was a planet that may not be a planet. I guess it's like a planet SCP.
Okay.
Oh, Mountaineer helmet. Did you see that?
Yeah, I just dropped it. I guess, can you use that? It does have cold resist.
Mine has cold resist already.
Okay. Oh, my spuddy went away. Ooh, Mountaineer leggings. Wait, do your pants have? Oh, well, I guess we have the... Are you still using Bionic?
No, I'm using the Hexwood set.
Oh, right. Do you want these?
I don't need them right now. Like, I've got enough cold resist.
Okay. I'll put them on. I'm at freaking 88 armor now.
Oh.
I'm so full, though.
Okay.
What can I drop? I feel like I want most of this stuff.
Seems pretty looted up.
Yeah. Do you have space, or how heavy are you?
87 out of 90.
Okay.
I am carrying a bed, though, and I'm almost out of slots, too.
Well, do you want to do the zip?
Yeah. Oh, I see the helipad. Oh.
Oh, right. Now I don't have my legs on, so I broke my leg.
Yep. I also broke my leg.
Oh, I can give you a splint.
Oh.
I'm gonna put the bionic legs back. And that thing goes high up. Like a house up there in the mountains.
Ooh, yeah. Ski lift. Okay. And a base down at the bottom. Probably where we're going next. Maybe. There's a path down here.
There's a bunch of... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that leads to the same spot. I'm on my way.
What is...
So heavy, man. I don't need these anymore.
Oh, I think that's careful.
sensors.
Okay, I'm going for the sniper while this guy's going for me.
Time will come.
Oh, sniper fell? Yeah.
Field guys are so annoying. I don't actually know how to.
Yeah, I was just like waiting. They eventually would do like a knife attack, but they're so annoying.
Ankles? Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you speak Latin?
No. Was that on the computer? Latin.
Yeah, they're just one word, but
okay.
They were talking about going into the beast's domain.
I see.
So, whatever that means. Probably fine.
Oh.
Shotgun, man.
All the loot like falls into the snow. It's...
Yeah. Oh, floppy hat. Oh, I remember floppy hat. Okay.
Yeah, there's so many different areas in this game, and there's a lot of like diversity in the areas too, which I really like.
Oh, that's you. Shit. Sorry. Human armed military.
One more shield guys.
Do the shield guides that drop the good armor?
Yeah. I mean, the shields can be turned into the carbon. I wish we had an.
Yeah.
I wish we had an actual. We should both bring platform carts, I think, in the future, because they're pretty lightweight. Because then we could have just chucked all the riot shields in there, and we probably would have had enough for like the rest of the game.
Oh, warning sign over here, but it's like a bunch of crates. Dr. DuPont. I'm gonna place bed here.
These ship guys are really annoying.
Are you Gate? How did you get there? There is no way out here. Unless
You
you've got an
upstairs.
helicopter, we're stuck on this damn mountain.
I'm in a little cave in the mountain.
Oh.
There's one possibility. But it's suicide. IS-134. The Yeti.
The Yeti?
There may be a portal in the
Oh my.
The soldiers, they were in disguise. We thought they were group until they started shooting. I tried to call Easton, Bryce, leave. Nothing. Outcomes dead. Yes, the area has become the prison. Who could have guessed this could happen?
Gate Cascade, it's 200 meters underground.
There is no way out here. Unless you've got an helicopter, we're stuck on this damn mountain.
I think I know where you went.
There's not really anything else here, but I'm here.
Yeah, okay. I figured it.
There's just like a dude chilling.
Yeah, there's a ton of enemies outside there by like the tram, it looks like. Not sure there's actually a tram to take though, but maybe there's like something we can interact with.
Actually aggroed some coming after me. Where are you at? Oh, you're there, bro. Nice, nice, nice.
Teamwork. These guys, the shield guys are actually so much easier in a group.
Yeah.
Hey, he's more excited.
Oh, nice. Oh my gosh. Pro turns. Bro. Thank you. Charging station. Oh. New? Oh, are those the same?
Just motors and cogs. Oh, there's a bed here.
Yeah. I slept upstairs. Huh.
I think we just are meant to go further down, I suppose.
Yeah, they're fighting right here. But I mean, I wonder if we can do the ski lift as well.
I mean...
Oh, okay,
God.
Okay. Help.
Yeah, let's double check this area.
So yeah, the NPC said that we could use the Yeti somehow. Maybe.
Threat in sight.
The door open. See the riot guy. Oh my gosh. That was ridiculous. No.
He's too good. I gotta wait for my stam.
Do regular melees. Just spam regular melee and then you can't block both of us. Oh, there we go. What was this? Rook helmet.
Yeah, if you look down this way, you can see they're kind of like broken. Look further down the
ski lift is, or?
The ski lift, yeah.
I see.
It would be sick if we could use it.
Yeah. Oop. Wow, no door. No privacy. No! Jesus. All the things to do to a pooping man. Okay, so the Yeti is guarding some skeletal remains. Yeah.
Why do we even want this rifle? Oh. Maybe we can just sneak around him.
Probably, yeah.
I'm down in the cave. I don't see him right now.
Oh.
He's definitely yeah, he's like patrolling. Oh, there's a portal.
Oh. Could be a leave portal. You're down there where we...
Yeah, I'm gonna go in the portal. Okay, I'm back at the like, yeah, it just takes you back to the start.
Oh, I see. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we gotta find these remains.
Wait, I don't have the
Wait,
icons for the
flow valves? Did you do that?
Yeah, that was, yeah, like right at the where the portal is.
Oh, I see. I thought it was the button that was broken.
Oh, the freaking moving box has our other scarecrow. I was wondering where it went. Whatever.
I feel like we gotta kill him or incapacitate him somehow.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to the base. I'm just so heavy. I really drop off some stuff.
I'm gonna do that too. I'm about to get Yeti.
Heya.
I need to water these plants. It's been a while.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah, they are like super thirsty.
Nice. Free carbon.
The Lobos solo the Yeti. Yes. Brilliant. I'm gonna upgrade the shotgun. Oh. Ooh, I have... My shotgun is acidic now. Got the upgrade for it.
Okay.
We have a ton of shotgun ammo too at our base. I picked up like 140 or something. Yeah, we have like 100. Pretty good. Oh. That's awkward.
Wait. I'm a big dum-dum. We should have brought the arcade machine here, and then we could get the hot buff anytime.
Oh yeah.
Oh well.
Rude. Need to make sure not to stand on this when I'm interacting with stuff. Oops. I feel like I have too many weapons on me, though. Like, that's what's making me so heavy. I mean, I guess it's giving me strength XP, but... That's part of why I'm so...
Okay. Yeti time.
Yeah. Wonder what's best against him, like fire? Maybe?
That makes sense. I am curious about the NPC who said that maybe we could use the Yeti to help. But he didn't repeat that again, so I don't know what he means.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he just says there may be a portal in the Yeti containment zone, which you found, right? Which just takes you out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then he's guarding some remains, so whatever the heck that means. I guess ranged. Maybe, maybe the fear bombs. Fear grenades. Bring some.
Yeah. And I've got the acid shotgun now, so hopefully that's good.
Yeah.
I've got the fire spear.
Bringing the tram back.
Is there anything we can make with the... Wasn't there something we wanted to make?
Oh, with the neutrino mapper? There's a lantern that reduces incoming radiation.
Oh, the neutrino emitter. I'm gonna make that. That's what we use to make that thing work at the tower to block the interference.
Oh, okay.
Because it counteracts the intensity of radiation. I'm pretty sure that's it. Moisture teleporter. What the?
What? Oh, I'm missing some recipes. There's also the void backpack.
You want to come back to the base real quick?
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop this emitter, like right under the painting.
Wow, that seems like a really late item to get a regular shower.
Well, there's a shower, and then there's also something that like automatically fills all of your water containers.
Yeah.
That one seems pretty nice.
That is very nice. I wonder if that would fill the plants, the plots.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about that. And then there was like the bushing things that I thought we needed for something else, but...
I dropped the neutrino emitter. Let's see. We can make one void backpack. Should we try it?
Yeah, you can make one. I'm gonna stick with the jumpy.
Yeah, I just want to see.
You can be
what
our pack rat.
storage it is.
Yeah. Oh, make yourself a platform cart.
Oh yeah. Void pack. Oh, new recipe, void chest. It is 36 capacity.
Okay. Pretty good.
With more weight reduction too. And it can eventually be upgraded. Nice. Whoo!
Somebody is saying you can unequip the void pack and it holds its items separately.
What?
Is that true? I don't know. He seems unsure about it.
Oh, where did the void pack go? Oh, I see. Hold on. I tried to unequip it and then everything just spilled out onto the ground.
Okay, probably doesn't work then.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that's basically what the platform cart is good for anyways, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Platform art. Okay. Easy. I guess
yeah,
I
I don't
keep
have
the
a
long
void
jump
chest.
pack with me, but it's extra weight.
I need power. Yeah, there's also this impact hammer. Maybe this is better than my current one? Secondary blow on weak targets. I'll make this impact hammer. Try a different sledge.
Nice. Does it increase on your explosive one?
It seems like it's the same damage, but it says it has a secondary blow on weakened targets. So, and it's like uses more newer materials.
I'm going to, just because it's been bugging me, upgrade the power drill, or from hand drill to power drill.
Okay.
Just in the off chance it, it eventually becomes construction gauntlet. Yep, that's crazy. Right.
You upgraded your grinder as well, right?
No, it was the discs. I just got better
Okay.
discs.
Well, because you can also upgrade the grinder, though.
Oh yeah, you can now. Let's see.
Looking through this.
Oh, nice. Okay. It's quite a few materials. Do we need bushings still?
Yeah, probably.
Well,
seems like you need it for a lot of stuff. We have 12 right now.
Yeah.
Decent.
It only takes 2. It takes 1 reinforced CPU. Okay. I might go back to grinder then. It's easier to make the discs than to keep this quill rifle repaired. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I'll do it.
Well, I think I'm good to go though.
Heya.
I wanted to try to make a laser turret to just kill the Yeti with, but it we didn't have this. Oh, I was muted on Discord. I was trying to make a laser turret to bring to the Yeti, but we don't have enough supplies.
Oh, a laser turret. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you charge it though, how it works exactly.
Not hungry? It's cool.
Oh right, you can get rice seeds from the tulip. Oh, you get
Maybe
merkweed
later.
from the cogs.
You know where to find me.
I'm guessing most of the like recipes that I don't have are from fishing.
Okay, I'm just about set. I'm gonna wash off. It's so heavy. I'm just carrying so much stuff. Sploosh.
You got a platform cart?
I do.
All right, nice. Wait, do you have a void chest that
No,
you
that's,
unlocked when you
oh, yeah,
made the
yeah, I
void
do.
pack? Can you share that?
Let me share it. Did it work?
Yeah. Yeah, that void chest seems cool. Try to make that later.
It definitely does.
Alright, so we need to go to the tower first off and go block that radiation.
Okay.
Which I think we just go in here.
Over here, right?
And then up.
Find cover!
Any lodestone frags? No?
Negative.
Wow. Jerk. That's a lot of enemies.
I just went up.
You go outside? Yeah. Oh, okay, it's up here. Oh, yeah, I remember.
Putting it down.
Use my new power drill.
Nothing here.
Neutrino emitter. Radioactive interference.
Maybe I have to put it on top of it?
Hmm.
Or maybe I'm not doing this.
Let's see. I'm gonna talk to him.
The way ahead lies beneath us, I'm sure of it. The reactor sector is the oldest part of the facility. With any amount of equipment, we could turn to our advantage, if we can reach it. It's also a labyrinth with access to the rest of the facility and spaces far beyond it. Places these oafs could not possibly know about. I even hear the gatekeepers have a way out somewhere in those depths.
Does that need power?
I don't think so.
Oh.
Maybe I didn't see, it didn't say like anything about power.
Neutrino emitter. Do we need to shoot lasers at it?
What I wouldn't give for a few hours to
Because the whole
study
laser
whatever's
thing was like, I
swimming
don't
around
know, it's
out
like a
there.
laser
The
system.
gatekeepers call it the Dark Water.
I thought it was
And
just gonna be
they
for like
have
powering the
their
base, but
reasons,
maybe it's
I assume.
more.
I've been here almost
Wait.
20 years. From the very beginning.
Laser emitter?
It says laser powered device, so I think we actually need to shoot a laser into it. I should have realized that. Yeah, because it looks...
Okay. We're right back. So I got... Let's see if I can make a laser emitter.
Yeah.
Laser emitter. Energy brick. Easy. Projection matrix. We're out of optic lenses! Is that
Okay,
reinforced hose?
that's hose, yeah. I believe.
Electrical systems powering down shortly.
Running out of metal scrap.
Mm-mm.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the blacksmith.
Put away my frickin' ammo, dude. Alright, whatever.
Don't worry about that.
Oh. Worries. I'm gonna get us some more antiverse gems, because I think we need that for some of the glass. I think we can trade the wheat seeds for it in the lab. Go over there.
Dang.
One of the machines in here.
An angry mob. Oh. Pitchforkers?
Yeah.
I'm leaving. Never happened.
Where is it? This is the scrap. The carbon. Oh god, I shouldn't have ran through here.
The enemy walks.
And it's nighttime. How is that not a running attack?
Don't worry about me. I've seen worse. I think.
Oh. Oh, I got 32 antiverse gems.
Holy cow!
Yeah,
Nice.
it's a
I got,
1-to-1.
No, that's nice. I got 3 optic lenses.
Okay.
Yeah, I need more scrap. Couldn't we trade for anvils?
Yeah, from the security bots.
Oh.
The security bot CPUs, the standard ones. And then they each drop like 12 metal scraps, so it's like 30 each.
Big scrap farm.
I should have recharged my frickin' thing, chat.
Speaking of... Hello, bot. Ow. let's see. Have a laser emitter. Oh my god, new idea, laser katana.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, I think it's like a one-hander, which could be good. It deals 60 damage. And it requires that sword we found in that one dimension. There's also a deatomizer.
I'm gonna lock the ammo.
Laser cannon.
Stop's getting taken.
Sustained firing and an alternate mode for massive output. Oh, I'll share these.
Thank you.
So, yeah, this just...
Fucking laser cannon.
Yeah, this thing we place and it just shoots a laser out, so... It's probably what we need to do.
What do you trade for liquid crystal, chat? If anybody knows. Gems? Oh, the ones that I just got. Right. Yeah.
Died, so I need to eat.
Sorry, had a moment. Yeah, I see.
We might need some more soup.
Okay, I'll make some.
How's it going?
Which soup should I make? Oh, are super tomatoes ready?
Oh.
Oh, almost. I'm gonna make a new recipe.
Do we have a base somewhere else? It says under attack, like way somewhere else.
we made a crafting bench somewhere, so maybe that's what it was.
Abandoned. Oh, the tomatoes just finished.
Oh, nice. Boink. I will make new soup.
New soup.
Please remain in place and wait for security assistance.
Did you use the new fish at all?
I don't know if I even picked it up.
That's in the fridge, I think.
Oh, dark water fish fillet.
And then also the something else they dropped for soup. Oh, their eyes? Are their eyes?
I don't see it.
Oh. Glow eyes in the cupboard.
Oh, okay, wait, I found the... Okay. Need merkweed and grab.
Hey.
We got a lot of that.
Yeah. Wait, where is our merkweed?
Oh, should just be in somewhere.
I think it all went bad. I don't see any.
Ooh, I see. Awkward?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we probably should have refrigerated that. Well, I can go get a bunch.
All right. No. Oh wait, no, we can trade with this lady. Where is she?
Merkweed?
Yeah, merkweed for cogs.
Huh.
We have 32 cogs, so
okay.
that works.
She only has one She only has a pack of 3.
Hey there. We need to help each other here.
Well, that's
right?
3 soups.
Because
Good
it's rough out there.
Wait, pumpkin
and we
splice
all have
latte.
to eat, right? If you wanted to trade something, maybe we could totally do that.
And then there was one with the tomato, carbuncle, heart, and tomato. Do I have carbuncle? Probably not. This goes bad so fast. Peccary chop. I just haven't been chopped. Was it peccary chopped tomato and... Dude, these fridges, like, expiring is so annoying. I wish it lasted longer. Let's... This new one any good? None of the new soups had any effects, sadly.
Boo.
Yeah.
See, that's Valheim does the cooking better. That food's crazy.
Anything you need?
Yeah, I do wish more of the recipes had actual buffs on them. Why is it not taking my stuff? Yeah, that stew is really good. Alright, well, soup is ready.
Yay. Nope. Okay. We can try and do some laser beams.
Yeah, let's go back there. You have the laser emitter, you said?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Nice.
There's gotta be a faster way back. Did we not get a faster way back than... No, I guess not.
I mean, the tram is not bad, and then we just take the waterway.
Yeah, we get that waterway. That would be dope. So quick.
Well, we can definitely beat the game. Not today, though.
I'm so fast. What gave me a speed buff?
You have the A&E stew? A&L, whatever?
Yeah, Mega Anti?
Yeah, the Mega stew.
Oh, Mega Stew. So speed. Oh. Yeah, it didn't seem like it was down.
I don't know if this is the right way. I think we have to take the other lift.
Ah, there we go.
Target! Candide!
I'm gonna have to check how much the personal teleporters take, because setting up some like extra benches for teleports could be pretty handy, I reckon.
This is really the only place I've felt like
Yeah.
it needs to be. We need some more.
Mhm.
Okay, here we go. Ta-da!
Woohoo!
Signal
Signal stabilized. I think we could press the button.
Which button? Oh, this button.
Oh, nope, not yet.
I need to,
Oh, the
defecate.
spillway computer is down there. Okay. Oh, we can do the level 5 hack to get down there. Right, we were trying to get down before, remember?
You're wait, oh, you have the. Oh, I have that backpack too. Hold on.
Nice. That's good you kept it.
Yeah, I figured. Hold on, I think there's a hack right here. Oh wait. Yeah, crunch. Zoom. What hack you're talking about, but I'm following you.
Okay. It is, I think, upstairs. Or maybe downstairs in the other room. In fact, I think it's all the way downstairs.
Ooh.
Question is... Oh, I think this is it.
This is where I went and we got the...
Oh! He did the...
Oh my god, oh, the big hit.
Oh god.
Oh, there we go. Almost disked you.
That was scary.
Oh, is it in this room? Oh, here. Oh my gosh, so many electric boys.
I give capacitors. I think we might need more of those. Oh, the computer's right here.
The Boursois team seem to have accepted that this is a legend. Personally, I have questions, but certainly we have more than enough to keep us busy here at Cascade. Corresponding with staff in our Alps facility, one could get the impression they have better things to do than resolve the mystery of the so-called abominable snowman.
Alright, I'm doing it.
Perhaps they're off searching for the Loch Ness monster.
And then we go back for the button.
Oh, that's
And then-
totally gonna drain.
There's two, like, pathways I remember seeing, like, Spillway A and Spillway B. That they're, like,
Oh, yeah.
gated shut. And I think that's gonna take us down to that, like, lower area. Alright, well, I'm going back.
I'm coming. I'm here with you.
Oh, we still want to kill the Yeti. Are we both on it?
Be on the same run. Okay. Oh man, yeah, it's flooding that thing totally. And then we can jump off. It's like, oh, is this area only halfway done?
Yeah, so I think I did press it actually.
No,
I don't.
I was telling the game to do it.
Oh.
Reach the reactor. Okay, so we have to go. All right.
All right. No, Lobos. We can just go. We can just jump. Trust.
Yeah, I know.
All the way down there from here. You ready?
I'm ready. I need to get me a real life one of these. Oh, it's summer.
Oh yeah, it's open.
OAC! Oh, I walked into it. The dark water.
Woo!
We're battle hardened as a result. Sister of the Unlost. Oh, it's the Bloodborne lady again.
Oh.
The moment arrives. The way is open. Proceed, but know you tread into the sight of fate. All that will be is decided.
Oh.
Oh gosh. I took the teleporter. I didn't. I thought it took me somewhere that I did not really expect. So you can check if there's anything else there.
Hold on, I went to okay.
She probably has more dialogue too. I want to
yeah.
exhaust it.
What would you have me tell you, child? A rhyme to settle your
Okay,
sleep?
she's being sassy. I don't know.
I have no such stories.
Did you jump down, by the way?
I went through the other waterway. Is there a jump down?
There's lily pads. Oh, there's a ladder down. Yeah.
Wait, I'm on the lily pads, or some lily pads.
Yeah, I'm climbing down this ladder. Oops. Oh, you're below me.
Okay, yeah, you take that path.
Yeah, it probably meets up. Ew. Maybe this might be a dead end here.
Blunt melee is getting there.
I think where you're at is correct.
Okay.
Oh, I keep taking the wrong. I keep going back to the submarine. Okay, the one with the plants. Got it. Oh, ooh. Power services.
Yeah, it's so shiny.
Did you climb up?
I went up the red ladder.
Yeah, I'm right here. Wow, wow, wow.
Okay.
I feel like I'm in James Cameron's Avatar. This would be a cool base. Oh,
yeah.
rat! Metal scrap, at least, I guess.
Terminal.
Oh, there's a fireplace.
Someone has sabotaged the lens. The system is relocating portals at random.
Oh.
There's a water bot.
They talked about Waterbot earlier in the area with the brain girl. Maybe we get underwater mech suits. Oh, I need to use the ladies.
No Reg. What's up? Oh, I found bleach. How have I not found? That's.
Oh. Did it unlock anything?
It unlocked bleach.
Dude. I'm calling it. Right here.
Huh?
I'm calling this. It's gonna be right here.
Shortcut?
We're going back to... Oh, never mind. Wait, what?
And it doesn't...
No.
The one way? What?
Oh, never mind. All right. It's gonna happen one of these times.
Oh, we can probably jump pad. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
No, Lobos.
Whoops. Tried to land on the little ramp there, but there's an invis wall.
Oh, there's a water source in the base here too, like a running fountain.
Really?
Yeah.
Clean water?
Not clean, but I mean, doesn't matter.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Oh, and this place is nice. What the heck?
Oh, I forgot to grab my headlamp.
I went on the roof and it sucks. There's a bunch of enemies. Oh! Check in.
Killing all these freaking guys.
Energy recharge. This is the first time I've been like... Oh, tram station. Never mind.
Oh, wait, where are you? You went inside the door? Oh yeah, check in.
Check in.
Yeah, check in. I'm outside
This is
now.
Dr. Derek Mance. I'm pleased to report that Gates' first
On-site perforation event has been a
need
complete
another
success.
tram.
It required the full energy
Oh,
resources of both
shoot.
the hydro plant and
I
reactors.
remember what that takes.
We opened a stable
It's not,
portal
we
to
definitely have
Antiverse
the
2.
supplies at our base.
Unfortunately, we had to close the gateway sooner than expected, as spores from that realm infected the area almost immediately.
Uh-oh.
Their rate of growth is extraordinary. Scouring the spore residue will take weeks, but if left unattended, it would soon be a jungle in here. We will have to investigate that once Dr. Newman's project comes online.
So I'm thinking maybe we go back and get the tram key and gonna activate that and then go kill the Yeti, maybe?
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
And then we can save this area for next time, because yeah.
Kill the Yeti. Let's go.
I'm thinking we could even, if we wanted to, we could make like a crafting bench here and then teleport back and forth if we wanted to move our base.
Aha, I see.
Could be doable.
Hey.
Oh. Wait, maybe we can make a second charging station. Actually, that doesn't matter.
Actually, I'll take mine and I'll go to the one by Warren.
All right.
Like 5 seconds away.
Oh yeah, we can make another charging station, no problem. I'll put that another one. Yeah, sure, Rio. What area?
Alright, we have what we need for key and everything?
Yeah, you can check. We should have.
Hey,
Oh, should be fine.
Trap. Controller, computation brick.
The area with the arcade cabinet. Oh, are you talking about containment Helmholtz?
Okay. Got it. What? New
Nice.
idea. I guess I never used the...
Okay.
I never held a tram key before.
Oh, here, you can have the bleach too.
There are 2. Oh, thank you.
Anything you need?
Oh, fancy. Actually, I'll put it up. There are 2 unknown areas on our map now. One's all the way in the bottom left. Oh,
I don't see that one.
Never mind. Never mind. There's one.
You just have one
above
then?
our garden. Yeah, I just have one.
Okay.
And the bottom left is just the like unknown location notes. It says if you click it. Oh wait, no, it is an unknown location. Huh. Take a nap, and then I'll. Oh. And then, yeah, we can go do the tram key just to see where that leads.
Yeah.
It might not open or unlock anything right away, but we can find out.
I mean, maybe it's the last one here.
Maybe some. Would it be the other side?
I think so, yeah.
Mm. We gotta tram back one more time, huh?
Are you at the tram? It's on the base.
Yeah, I'm calling this tram back.
Okay.
You can come if you want, or I can just go and see where that tram leads. And back.
Yeah, I mean, you can go there if you want. That's fine.
Definitely not just gonna crater as I try to get back there. Oh wait, no, I don't need to.
Yeah, you just gotta go to the spillway now. I'm not actually sure how to get there quickly.
It's at the submarine, so.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. You just gotta kill a ton of robots if you want to make a lot of teleporters. Only downside.
Regular robots?
The medium robots. The one at, like, the labs.
Yeah.
The sprinting attack is so dumb. I don't get it.
Okay, about to do the tram key.
Nice.
Alright, let's see what happens. Oh, it is actually going. There's like trees on it. Well, I guess it'll be obvious which place it goes to.
All right.
Is this? Oh, okay. We're at the data labs or whatever. The data center.
Oh, like with the blue air with the aquarium?
Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Data center tram.
Okay. I see.
Lasers. Wait a minute. Did I just find this vendor guy over here? Yeah, the weird vendor guy's over here. Hey, buddy. Antique shotgun.
You stack. Are you coming back to the base now?
Oh, no, I was just kind of retracing the steps. Well, sort of.
Or do you want to go to the Yeti?
Yeah, I think Yeti time. I seem to remember how to get back to base from the data. Oh, data center. I found it though. But I guess to go to the Yeti, we'd go back to the other section again.
Yeah.
Right. I'm recalling it. Oh, it's inbound. I see.
Hey,
yeah, we've taken this tram quite a few times.
A few times, yeah.
Hi, Pat. What's up, buddy? Alright. Man, I feel like I have too much stuff in my inventory, honestly. Probably put these bandages away.
All vacant perforations will be resetting in 3, 2, 1. Reset complete.
I don't really use the Magnum that much. Maybe I'll just put it away.
What are you up to?
I'm ready to go. Oh, are you there?
Oh yeah, I've just been sitting on the tram. Sorry. Should have said something.
I have 69 armor. Amazing. I went to train again while you were doing that.
Oh, nice.
Got a few more supplies.
Heck yeah. don't know about you, but every time I take this little waterway, the thermite flesh like burns away again every time.
Yeah, I haven't really been paying attention.
It goes wah, like we just did it.
Oh right, let me
Oh, jump pad.
Oh, that's great. I gotta take the ladder. Glitchy ladder. How did you even use?
Don't hit jump at all. That was my ticket.
Ah.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I got an extra jump pad too. Here you go.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't remember what happened to the one I was carrying, but
I grabbed the
Oh,
one, the nest at the tree we left there, or at the train. I mean.
Ooh. Oh, I do have cold stuff. Good. Okay.
Can't say I remember. I feel like there's a shortcut somewhere unlocked, right?
I remember we went outside and then we could have immediately gone like down snowy slopes. Or wait, what is this?
Adversary.
Radiation laser thing.
Where did you
portal? And there's a portal out of here. I'm here. Hi.
Hi.
Oh my goodness. You're the armored one now.
I should try to get you a pair of these gloves.
Oh. The cold gloves?
Oh, they just dropped.
What? Holy cow.
There you go. And then you could even use a gun if you wanted. Like the shotgun is honestly not bad, and we have a lot of ammo for it.
Sick. Okay. This elevator, right? Is this? Oh. I think I remember this. Oh yeah, tall boy.
I need the Mountaineer helmet. Unless it's the... Oh, maybe it is the one with the 10 armor. We're still factoring? Oh yeah. We're addicted.
All these guys respawning. Surely we got shortcuts.
I think we just...
Oh,
Can't
we
we
just
like...
go to the rappel, right?
Yeah.
Which side is it on? On the opposite side? Okay, I'm coming.
What's this?
Whoa. Oh, is that Centurium rice? Yeah, okay.
Oh, nice. I can't jump off the zip.
Whee! Imagine they kill you on the zip line.
Wait, there's a Wait, there's a... What? Another Yeti.
Oh, maybe because we like quote unquote finished the zone. Did you jump down towards the lift? Oh, I see. Okay.
Shooting him.
Oh my god! What? He teleported on me. Oh boy. Edge. Easy. Carve him up. Trying to get my discs back. Holy crap.
Jeez.
There we go. Oh, a Yeti helm. Oh,
Yeti skull.
Fur. Hiking pack. Freezer. Here. Bloop.
Oh, complete stasis. That's great.
Nice.
Yeah, that's really good.
Can
put our
helm for the head.
Yeah. Here. I don't think I got a recipe, but
oh, I got a Yeti helmet.
Oh yeah, oh, you're right. +2 cold resist.
Okay. Nice. Ooh, it's heavy. It's very heavy.
You want to go kill the other Yeti real quick?
Yeah. And then it's supposed to be guarding some remains.
Oh, okay.
That's what the email said. I'm all heavied up.
Kind of curious if you could like go down those broken trams.
Yeah. Oh, I'm too heavy to jump, and now I'm surrounded by mans. Oh no. No.
Oh, Lobos.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, wait. I'm not too heavy to jump. Sometimes? No! No! Oh, I'm alive. Holy cow. Jeez.
Vidal.
Do you have, can you carry anything weight-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Where are you?
I'm where I fell. I'm down here. Yeah. Can you carry the void pack here? There. I can at least move around all right. Maybe that was the Yeti.
Might be right. I guess it moved.
Okay. Remains. Nothing. Oh, here you go. What the heck? Huh. Big fish?
Man.
Yeah, really. Can we make a flamethrower yet?
Oh. Alright.
I guess that's it.
We got the Yeti first.
Oh!
What the?
Okay, that's you're supposed to drop that on the Yeti, but
yeah.
I was like, maybe that'll break open something. Wait. Yeah.
Oh, it's like regrowing.
Oh, is it? Oh, reusable. It's pretty valuable.
Oh, there's multiple,
Okay.
yeah. Alright, well, teleport back, I guess.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, maybe if we don't want to keep freaking taking that tram, we could move our base to that new area.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, the tram's not the most convenient.
Yeah. It's not the worst.
Data
Not-
center location. Yeah, it's not too
Yeah.
bad. The Mountaineer set bonus. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
Get knocked around. Yeah.
Here's your backpack.
Oh, thank you. I'm just gonna stash
Hey,
this and then we can make a void trunk with it or a void chest.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Let's see. Oh yeah, we can just make it right now. Easy.
Void chest.
Void chest. Let's see. Oh, okay. I can put it on. Oh, I see. You have a chance to not be able to jump. That's what was happening before. If you're too heavy.
Put it outside if there's not enough space in here.
It's gonna let me. It's gonna let me. Here we go.
Okay.
Let me up. Okay, here we go. And kaboom! Void chest.
So how does this thing work?
It says. I wonder if it's a shareable. I wonder if it's like, so you can make another void chest somewhere else and then place things.
Oh yeah.
Which would be really good for moving.
Oh
base.
yeah, because we could make a second one there, and I could just put the stuff in, and then you could like
just keep dumping it in there.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's what it is. Oh yeah, containment unit. Huh. Hiking pack. Large hiking backpack with a very supportive frame. Okay.
I'm gonna make the frickin' deatomizer.
Oh! I've been hearing good things about that in the chat.
Have to be charged? Oh, it's laser powered, I guess?
Oh.
Oh, we need a laser collector.
Oh. We could probably go back and get those laser things and then bring them back and use them for whatever laser system we're gonna make over
Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need more optic lens and liquid crystal, let's see. But we can leave that for next time. We can both like make a cannon or something. It seems cool. We definitely both got to get one of these. Guess it depends how quickly it runs out of juice, though.
Curious about the sniper now. Ooh, rail rifle. Hello.
A laser katana as well.
I made a rail rifle. Now that I have gloves that can allow me to use it. Oh man.
Oh, is that an upgrade for the quill?
That's for the sniper.
Oh.
Oh.
Nice. Yeah, there should be a good amount of ammo for the sniper. I think it's...
Yeah? I do like sniping. It does 120 damage.
What is it used? It's either 308 or 556, I think.
308, yeah.
Okay. We have like 40.
Damn, pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, I realized I had quills in my inventory still.
I believe I need to, defecate.
Holy.
Alright.
That actually didn't do like anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, look at the nice painting I put on our fridge. Yeah. We can't make the weapon repair kits, can we? Have those? Oh yeah.
We have a few that I've been grabbing. Did you get another Xantharium rice seed?
I didn't grab it. I saw it.
Oh.
I saw it from a distance, and that's when I said like, "Oh, that's the Xantharium rice," and I kept moving. But there is a farmable one in that spot.
Gotcha.
I didn't know we still needed rice.
Well, we don't necessarily need it. You can also trade glow tulips for it.
Maybe later.
Remember where we
You
got
know where
those
to find
either.
me.
Early, I feel like, but yeah.
Well, pretty solid session today, I'd say.
Very solid, yeah.
Yeah. We finished the hydro plant.
Yeah.
Well, kind of, I guess.
It's like half the area is done. That place is gonna be crazy, I think.
Yeah.
All those mushrooms and shit. Need to sleep this off. Alright, so yeah, I think the next day I'll be able to play is Saturday or beyond. Whatever works for you, but
yeah, I'll
Thursday, Friday will be a bit busy.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'll let you know. Sounds
Yeah. Can't wait to snipe some fools when I get back.
Yeah. Yeah, finally got you some some gloves.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
Thanks for playing, man.
Yeah, GG, man. I'm gonna go get some dinner.
Yeah.
Have a good one, bud.
Bye.
All right, chat. Wait, how much metal scrap? Skill one. Pretty good progress today, I would say, chat. We finished the zone. Don't have the military or the mountaineer chest helmet. Having this set piece would be kind of nice. We do have the mountaineer leggings, though, don't we? In storage. Can really feel the speed difference, though. I don't know. I don't really feel like the armor is that big of an issue. All right, well, tomorrow, chat, we'll probably just be doing some more RE4 rando, I think. It's going to be a bit of a shorter stream tomorrow, though. I have some stuff I got to do. IRL at like 2 or 3 p.m. But yeah, once you get the fancy toilet, pooping becomes so much easier. You know what? I mean, we have the fancy toilet. We need power cells. You know what? I'm gonna go get a power cell. I'm gonna go back to Flat Hill. Wait, why can't I? Wait, what's going on? Why can't I see my UI? Did I press a button? Chat, what's happening? Playing without Lobos? I mean, I'm just grabbing the power cells. It's weird, the hearts last for so long. They have like so much durability. I feel like the power cell up here is less worth grabbing. Kind of annoying to get up this. Is there a way to get up to the top of this faster, chat? Eventually, okay, yeah, that's all you have to say. I don't want to know. Like I more so meant with like my current equipment. Okay. You guys like this painting?
Heya.
Covering half the door. Yeah, it's great. All right. Well, anything else? All right. You know what? We'll save the portal toilet for when Lobos comes back. We gotta make this thing though. I'll wait for Lobos though. All right. Well, chat, yeah. I think I'm gonna call it a night here. I am pretty tired. There's a few things I kind of want to collect, but we'll just wait until next stream. We don't need to do it right now. Could make a freezer. Yeah. Doesn't have as much space though. I need to go get a fridge. I think there's a fridge in the train that respawns. There is a fridge in the train, right? Does anyone know? I feel like there is. I don't want to take down one of the fridges that we have right now. There's one in Flat Hill. But I think there's also one in the... Wait, can you upgrade the fridge? No. Yeah, I know the freezer is less... I know the freezer doesn't have as much space, but some items, like, go bad so fast. Like the merkweed, for example, goes bad in, like, super quick. So, I feel like certain things we want to put in the freezer. It is annoying that it's only half the space, though. You don't know about one in the train? Maybe I'm... Yeah, I don't know. I think I know where the one in Flat Hill is anyways. Okay, you know what? Can you answer this, chat? Do the fridges actually, like... Does stuff expire faster when there's no battery and it's night? Okay. I'm gonna make...
How's it going?
I'm gonna make the carbon batteries then. And just upgrade these. Wait, where... Wait, what? Oh, right, they're on the ground. Because I think the carbon one lasts for long enough. At least, like, whenever it goes to nighttime, the crafting bench works the entire night. So I assume that's the case here. And just daisy chain like 2 batteries. Yeah, I see. I'll do another industrial just in case, I guess. Okay, now the fridges are definitely not ever gonna go bad. There's a way to get infinite power, but it's like an exploit. Oh, okay, I see. Second battery only gives... Okay, well, either way, I'm pretty sure that's enough, so it's fine. But that's good to know, I guess. The fridges do go bad? Well, no, I mean, I know that they do, but, like... The issue is, there is a time during the night where the fridge doesn't get power, and because of that, their stuff is expiring faster than it normally should. Because, yeah, it needs power, so. Is there any soup recipes that I can make? Just check. Tomato, mushroom heart.
Consider this your top priority. Have a wonderful and productive evening.
Uncooked hearty stew. Let's see. Where is that? I feel like I'm blind. Oh. Applies bodacious. Oh. Sustenance soup. Oh, accuracy and reloading. Okay. Is there any others that I can't make? Potato, milk sack, salt. We had potatoes, but... Does anyone know where to get potatoes? Does it show it on the map anywhere? Maybe you can trade with the girl for a potato. Oh, you can. Is she here?
No.
Oh, you just need
Okay.
skip.
No worries.
Oh, the vending machine doesn't. Oh, there's vending machines everywhere. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, though. I just wanted to see if there's some recipes I could make. I don't want to do too much stuff without Lobos or anything. I'm gonna keep in mind for next time, though. Yeah, I think I've made basically every theoretical soup except for maybe this one with the rice.
Hey.
Rice tentacle mushroom. Oh. Risotto. Ooh. Let's see about the hearty stew. This one applies bodacious. What the hell is that? Oh, shit! Items are 25% lighter. Oh, this one's actually good. This is the mushroom, tomato, and heart. That's really good. Do we have any more super tomatoes? The goblin perk. Yeah. Yeah. That's actually a really good one though. This soup. I don't know how long that buff lasts, but you've got 3 of it cooking. I want this portal toilet. I wonder if it just like sucks it out of you or something. see, what are we at? Level 13, 14? The more plants in an area, the less water each individual plant consumes. Oh, plants planted by you have this perk attributed to them. Okay, I should definitely plant everything then. Anomalous plant food aiding immensely in the growth of your plants. Oh, when harvesting wild plants, you receive 1 extra harvest. Dude, how is my cooking like, I feel like I've done a lot of cooking. How is it so, how am I I literally have double cooking skill. Like, what? I feel like that's crazy.
Attention. This sector is under precautionary security measures. Please remain safe and wait for security assistance.
The soup kitchen. Oh, I can't put this. That works. There's a trick to leveling it faster. Let's see. Like, I almost got level 10 now. But the thing is, I need a bunch of I need more cooking pots.
Anything you need?
Alright. Cooking 1 meat gives the same as 1 soup. Oh, I see. So I guess that's the better choice. But the soups are nice because I can... Oh, you get multiple use. Dude, this frickin'... Does barely take any water. Maybe because those were planted by me. Alright, stews. I just want to hit level 10. Patiently waiting. Here we go. Come on, baby. What is my fortitude at? Oh, look at my... I'm still level 1 sneaking. Which one is fortitude? 7?
I've got a few things.
Come on. Come on. Do it. Cook it. Do I get cooking XP? Oh, you don't even get you just get cooking XP when you put it on. Oh wait, no, you get it there. Ah, nice. Convection oven. It's not like Lobo's gonna get the oven anyways. Although, wait, I could oh no, I can't share the recipe. Never mind. We need more of the carbon, dude. Why I went and got the silver scrap. I'm just gonna go turn these carbons in. I'll make the oven once Lobos gets back. Yes. Going the wrong way.
Hey.
I mean, these, dude, you need hoses for like everything in this game. It's absurd. All right. The oven is ready. I will wait until next time though. All right. Well, a bunch of soups are made. Which speaking of, wait, did I put the soups down? What did I do with these 2 soups? Oh no, they're in my inventory. Where's the other one? Oh. Alright, we are souped up for frickin' ever, dude. Alright. Enough soup for the whole year. Enough soup for the whole session. You know, I'm just saving us time for next time. All right, looking good. Yeah, this is so nice though. This extra weight capacity. How many briefcases do we have? Getting the chores done. I wanted to get the oven anyways, so. Do we not have any space for leather scrap? Oh my gosh. Whoa, holy crap. Do any of these give like... Do any of these give effects when they're cooked, chat? Well, like this one says... Oh, this one is fishing XP gain. Oh, I haven't discovered it though. I guess it says increases healing for a while. Apples. Oh, this is merkweed. Do some of them not show the effects until you cook them? If anyone knows? Or will they... You have to cook? Okay. I see. Powered chef's counter. Oh, right, it uses the items. Oh, this has to go in the oven. Oops. Oh, its durability is already not very good. Okay, well, I'll make the oven next time. All right, chat. I am gonna call it a night. I'm stalling. Whatever. We made a bunch of soup. That's good. I'm gonna go get some dinner, chat. But yeah, thank you all for watching, everybody. Thank you, anybody who stuck around from Barb's raid. Tomorrow, chat, gonna be a bit of a shorter stream, but I think we're gonna do some of the RE4 rando, and then maybe some like horror games. I don't really know. I think Abiotic Factor will be on Saturday or maybe Sunday. I don't know. I got invited to this like dark and darker tournament, which sounds, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. It sounds kind of fun, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Alright, I'm just gonna end the stream. Go watch whoever you want. I really want to go get some food and get off the computer, so... Have a great rest of your night, everybody. Take care, chat. Oh, do we have a new area?